I'm just gonna start mid-sentence at this point. Who cares? What session is this? Session 9? Yeah. All right. Mayhem on Mandril. Act 4 / Season 4, Session 9 / Episode 9. Haven't picked a format yet. Who cares? It's all inconsistent. I haven't figured out how to spell Mandril yet. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday, August 30th, 1632 at 10 a.m. We have just received a visit from the elves, and we are dealing with the reality that Grodger is enslaved, but we had to take a quick break because the elves came over. But it's been a busy morning. Malachi has gotten word on his sendings, just for information, so it's covered in the session because some of this is relevant. He will be sending the crew containing Crenshaw, Marsh, and Bill Richardson to Halput to investigate on why Clerk is not responding to his sendings. There's no word from his mother, continuing the trend over the past few days. Crenshaw did inform you that they ran into some pirates but drove them off, no losses, and I direct quote, Marsh knows the blade and Bill is a horrifying force.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I don't want that for him.
Well, they're on their way back to Coruscare theoretically, but they'll be stopping at Halput to investigate and seeing if they can pick up any other jobs along the way. Coast is clear with Zardaros, although he's pretty sure at this point that the source of power he identified a few sendings ago with the underwater tribe of fish is actually close to Halput. Like miles offshore, but still, it would make sense with the Kuatoa you encountered there to emanate from a nearby source. That's all the info we have on sendings that would have been covered probably in the hours leading up to this event. But otherwise, here we are. What are we doing? The elves have just departed. And we're all standing around.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
So, I know a big part of what we... So this is like you said, what time of day?
It's about 10 a.m.
10 a.m. 10 a.m.
Still morning.
Wait. 10 a.m.?
Yeah, you have early mornings. Because, I mean, you're up
No.
Like, yeah.
Okay, so would we still be here? Because we...
You could. I mean, I was anticipating that it was like 9:30. I think I had written it was 9, but I think it makes it a little bit more sense for it to be 10.
When did we go to the... No, because when did we go to the circus?
In the morning.
Wasn't it in the afternoon?
I don't believe so, unless I'm completely off my rocker, and did I not update my session times? Because that's possible.
They were closing up shop to go to the next town.
They were, but that's because it was Monday morning.
No, but we went... I thought we went in the afternoon. Like, we went immediately. We picked him up. We didn't... We were just talking.
I'll tell you why it was morning, is because... Where's Funny Man? Funny Man sent a morning message to Cagliari, then woke Malachi up and was like, what do we do? And then that morning you guys went, you picked her up, and then you went to the circus shortly after.
And then we went to the circus afterwards.
Correct.
So that's why I'm saying I don't know if this is all in... Is this all still in the same morning? Because
absolutely, because Orion woke you up at like 6:37 a.m.
7 a.m.
Shortly after the sun.
Because we took some time and we sent to the people in the archives and all of that. So, okay, that's fine. I just assumed it was...
You sent to the people in the archives. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so that they could try and send to Grodger.
Oh, yeah.
And we were waiting.
Yeah, that wasn't crazy. I mean, that was
Okay.
like 20 minutes.
Okay.
So I mean, yeah, you just had a busy 3 hours.
Okay, it was a fresh day.
Oh yeah.
Okay. But he's already used all of his. Yeah, because
Osnek is tapped. That is the biggest thing.
That's why I was saying we would wait till the next day to do that, because he can't take us there.
Wait till the next day to do what?
We were talking about going to formulate a plan to go in to get Grodger. So
yes.
we were going to talk through that and then go the next day when we're a little more rested, more refreshed. Cagliari was kind of like tap 2 to some degree.
Okay. So does that mean it's planning time?
Yeah, so this would be planning time.
All right. Are we taking the... I discussed with John out of session what the official planning committee is, and if there are no objections, the planning committee is effectively Vesper, Malachi, Malik, and Orion.
Yeah.
Any objections?
Anyone else put in on that?
All right. Yeah. Do you want to be involved in planning the Lauren?
I think Roger should be involved in planning.
He's a slave, so
He should be.
He doesn't get he doesn't have rights right now. He should have
Can we
rights,
bring
but he
him in?
doesn't.
Can we bring him in for the planning committee and then put him back?
That'd be really funny, but no, that's not gonna
All
work.
right, get him up on satellite phone.
Not
I
gonna
mean, I
work.
think he's
It's not
got
gonna
enough
work.
PTO
not gonna work.
like saved up. I think.
Are we meeting in the Malachi tent? Is it planning time?
No, we meet in the
That's right. We have a
building that
meeting
we
room
had.
now with chairs and tables. I totally forgot. Is Zephyr secretarying this meeting?
Yes.
Of course, of course. All right, what's the seating chart here? How does this work? Also, is the Lauren in it? I don't remember if you guys are in.
Nah.
Okay. You can go sniff daisies and relax, do cleric things. What do you do in your off time now?
I don't know.
Like, what do you do for fun?
I don't know, something.
Yeah.
Something lawful good as opposed to whatever I was before.
Lawful good. Good answer. Good answer. All right, seating chart.
He's one of those like annoying neighborhood watch guys.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, who's taking what seats? Again, this is important. This reveals things about your character.
Orion's not here.
Orion isn't here.
I was gonna say I compete for a dark corner with Orion. We're both in dark corners.
Real. Okay. Well, the dark corner is going to be either here or here, so left or right dark corner.
All right.
Left dark corner.
Orion takes right dark corner.
Interesting.
Malik refuses to face away from the door, so he'll sit at the one spot here.
He comes and sits between us.
He's not going to do that.
I'll sit the opposite.
The opposite, of course. And then Zephyr will probably just sit next to you, take his notes.
Yeah.
All right. Is this the official planning committee?
Yeah, I think we've got everything pretty much represented. We've got magic, we've got spies, we've got management, we've got military. Yeah.
Yep. This is everything.
I think if we wanted more like religious, we could get DeLorean in if he wanted to be. But I think he's still kind of learning stuff.
He's discovering himself. Literally.
So, yeah. Malachi can weigh in on religious stuff until the Lauren's ready.
Okay. All right. So how do we begin? Do we want to like act this conversation out like we just want to?
No, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do it.
I was asking you so you want to do the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, sure.
All right, the whole 9 yards away.
Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. I've called this meeting together so that we could discuss the rescue of one of our more illustrious members. As you've heard by now, the account of Cagliari, the satyr. And before we can make any sort of movement, it would be prudent of us to ensure that we have all of the information necessary. So, Orion, Vesper, you two tend to be the ones with intelligence networks and connections. So what could you share with us?
Well, I suppose it's time to lay out what I probably, in hindsight, should have laid out from the beginning, which starts with what I know about the situation that we're in, outside of the vault itself. Khaldun, the Iron Skulls, and Tukat, the Black Hand caravan. The situation, as I understand it, is this. My relationship with Tukat has been of mixed fruits, shall we say. And in the past few years, I have observed the rise of one certain Khaldun of the Iron Skulls, a figure of note, a silver dragonborn with strong ties to Lucine and no allegiance to the throne of Xerxes. In fact, digging up his file, I believe he left shortly after Xerxes was installed as king. Effectively, he's been living in exile, much like us, although perhaps not to the same degree, of course. I don't believe he's actually wanted, at least not on paper or from anything I can find. He has no criminal record, no history. He's squeaky clean, that is, until he gets to Tarshiv. He's not a weapons dealer like Two-Cat is. He has a trade ship that goes back and forth to Guardian. I don't know exactly what he imports, but common commodities, things that are manufactured there and produced elsewhere. Allegedly, though, it seems that he's gotten himself into some trouble this time. I am still scrambling to find out exactly what has gone down, but with what Cagliari has said, it seems like he has attempted to smuggle in weapons, which I'm not familiar with Tarshiv's laws. It may or may not be illegal, in all honesty. But clearly the hammer of the Sultan has come down upon him, and so far as I understand, the Iron Skulls are effectively no more or about to be dissolved, which leaves the situation tenuous at best in Tarshiv. Given Khaldun's popularity with the people and the Sultan's unpopularity, the entire city is likely at a state of unrest. I'm not sure if Khaldun has any intentions to go for any position of authority on the city council or to upend the Sultan, though I don't believe that's the case. I simply do not know. This could play to our advantage because while the city is on high alert, the vault is business as usual. Now, shall I progress into the vault itself?
No, before that,
Yeah.
you said he is a silver dragonborn,
That's correct.
and he's of Lucine.
Yes, that's true, yes. He's a businessman. I don't think it's entirely out of the question that he may have had dealings with your father. He's quite old. I believe he's in his 40s.
If he's in his 40. So, would Malik and I remember if there were many dragonborn in
In Lucine?
Lucine?
Go ahead
And
and
specifically,
roll
specifically if
him.
Well, like the fact that he's silver would be a point of like interested in that.
Notable.
So, roll a history check. I'll give you what you get for free, and then if the history check is successful, I'll give you that. So
Okay.
before you roll that, what you get for free is Dragonborn are extremely important in Lucine, but particularly silver ones, because the progenitor of Lucine, Lucinius, blessed the first king of Lucine essentially with a legacy of draconic sorcerers, which you flow from. And there are also a line of Dragonborn that were effectively created as guardians of Lucine. Their mandate is to guard Lucine and the throne. So what you understand about Dragonborn means that if Khaldun is of the line of Lucinius, which if he's a silver Dragonborn, he has to be either from Lucinius or Marilius, who are the only two silver Dragonborn hailing from Lucine that are still known to be quote-unquote alive today, although they haven't been seen in the past 20 years. You pretty much know for sure that that means his mandate is to protect the throne of Lucine. And how that's interpreted with Xerxes on the throne, unfortunately, that you don't know. So you're not sure objectively whether the Silver Dragonborns or the Silver Dragons are on your side or not, although you're anticipating no. Just given how things have shaken out and how there was a max exodus of Dragonborn from Lucine post the coup. What did you get on your history check?
Okay, so my history check. 5.
You have never heard of Khaldun. You don't know anything about him or anything else about notable Silver Dragonborn, other than you're pretty sure they were in the nobility oftentimes, just because of their race. Their mere birth carries significance.
Does
Would I
Malik
be able to
remember
try?
anything? Yeah.
Vesper can give it a shot.
Does Malik not remember?
I got a nat 1 plus 10.
You haven't
I
interacted
also
with
got-
any.
I also got that
Malik
one.
unfortunately says, I mean, I can't quite recall very much. I know that there were Silver Dragonborn in Lucine and all the history with Silver Dragons, this and that, but probably no more than Malachi.
Not enough to get me to roll again. Gotcha. Understood. That is definitely interesting. Knowing what we know about Dragonborn, particularly of Lucine, the fact that he is not there must, well, there's a high possibility he is not aligned, or at the very least, he's not supportive of Xerxes, which means he could be of use to us. Was this part of your intention, Orion?
Yes, it was. I ruminated asking you to go yourself, but there are obvious risks to that, in addition to you having enough on your plate. If he, in fact, is an operative of Xerxes, which is a non-zero possibility, then sending you directly would be a death sentence, or at the very least would raise more alarm bells than I cared to trigger.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Well, if we are able to connect with him, that will be a boon to us. But in the meantime, what do we know about the vault?
Well, let's cut for now. Where is Cagliari? What is Cagliari doing?
Good question. I don't know. Probably doing a long rest, which is just sitting somewhere silently.
Real. I don't know where I put you. I don't even know if you're on the map. Oh yeah, Clowniari. Did you? I forgot you're in clown garb. Are you still dressed as a clown?
Okay. I would have gotten rid of that first, and then
And then long rested.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you long rest? Do you long rest in the Jacob character tent?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I suppose so.
I mean, that's assuming I haven't been kicked out.
Well, rough night.
Okay. What does your quote unquote sleep look like? Do you just like sit there and veg out?
Yeah, it talks about like recalling memories from your past life, but
Okay.
retaining consciousness. So it's like I'm not.
So you're kind
out of
of
it.
dreaming, but you're getting stuff from before your head was cut off, effectively.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're interrupted as very soon a voice booms in your head, granting you a message, and it's a voice you have not heard in a long time. And the voice says,
Cagliari, it's Kingi. Cult of Durango resurging. Khaldun betrayed. Iron Skulls destroyed. Sultan compromised. Wormwood. Masters is a fiend. We must regroup now. Where are you?
What?
"You get all that?"
Okay.
Can I repeat it, or is that illegal?
it's illegal.
Cult of Durango. Resurging? Iron Skull's compromised.
He's
Something
trying.
about the Sultan.
He's trying. He's doing his best.
What? Why me?
I wonder. Well, what are you doing?
I guess I'm gonna go interrupt their little meeting.
Okay. All right, you make your way over. You walk swiftly, I presume, over to the meeting room. Orion says, "Well, about the vault."
I just heard from Kingy in my brain, and he said that the cult of Durango is resurging. He said that the Iron Skulls were compromised, and then he said something about the Sultan.
What? Wait a minute, is this that red dragonborn fellow I've been told all about?
Yeah, I kind of forgot he existed.
No, no one ever mentioned him. No.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, when a character leaves the group, they're out of our brains. They're gone.
I'm not gonna understand.
Real. All right. Well, he just looks at Malachi, confused. Malik is also bewildered.
Yes, actually, Kingi was quite important to us, particularly in our means of getting into the archives. I'm pretty sure I've spoken about him.
You certainly have. I just he seems to pop in and out randomly.
He asked where we were. I haven't responded yet. I don't know if there's a time limit on that.
How long ago did you receive the sending?
Like a couple minutes ago. As long as it took to walk from my tent to here.
No, you should be fine. You should be able to respond to him in a little bit, for a little while. But if not, if we need to say more, I will send to him as well.
Hey, what do I say? Do I tell him where we are? Do we trust him?
We do trust him, but I would keep it vague. Perhaps tell him that we are with the elves.
Okay.
We've returned to the material plane. But what else did he tell you? I don't want to use all of your words simply on explaining where we are.
I got it once, man. I was like not ready for it.
Well, what do you recall?
He called out to me specifically. He said something about the cult of Durango. I think he said it was resurging.
Malachi sitting forward.
He said that the Iron Skulls were compromised, which, oops. And then something about the Sultan, which I didn't quite catch.
Hey, Cagliari, why don't you roll history?
That would be crazy. Why would I do that?
I think that might. You should give it a go.
Why would I do that?
Here's something I would like to do.
I got a 4 minus 1.
I can't help you.
Hold on. I would like to help Cagliari
by
walking
advantage,
her through.
Walking her through, of course.
Walking
Mnemonic
her
tricks.
through I do when I have a vision or I hear something from a being that it's not normally what I hear. So I sort of walk it backwards, Cagliari.
Cagliari, what you roll on that second history now it's been granted advantage?
18.
Great.
19 minus 1.
He said he greeted you. He did say the cult of Durango's resurging. He said the Sultan was compromised, the Iron Skulls were destroyed, and Khaldun was betrayed. He also said something about Wormwood Masters being a fiend, and said he wants to regroup. Then he asked you where you are.
Didn't he just say Wormwood?
No, he said Wormwood Master. He just paused for a long time.
Yeah, sorry.
Skill issue. So yeah. I will put the message in chat since with your 18,
I'm deleting it.
I'll give it to you. It's in the campaign chat.
Okay. He said the cult of Durango was resurging. He said that the Iron Skulls were destroyed and the Sultan was compromised. It was the Sultan that was compromised, not the Iron Skulls, and that Khaldun was betrayed. He said Wormwood Masters is a fiend. And he wants to regroup. And then he asked where I am.
It's quite the mouthful.
Do you see why it took me a second?
Yes, it's fair. I try to keep my messages from being too dense, but he clearly has a lot on his mind. I don't blame him. Cult of Durango. Isn't that the fanatics we encountered with that elf girl?
It's some sort of elf girl.
Siobhan, that was her name, yes?
Half-elf. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Was that the demon I fought? I was back to normal for 2 minutes before we were fighting a demon.
That sounds correct, yes. Although I wasn't there.
I believe it was a lich. So this.
Am I thinking of the wrong encounter with Siobhan?
No, you're pretty much right, from what I recall.
Well, we did fight a hell woman who used to be an owl, it seems.
Yeah.
But we also fought. God, who is it? An army of skeletons when we were leaving the Feywild.
All from the same source, presumably. Now, Wormwood Masters is the man I've been attempting to track. Him and the Dagmar Denali fellow, the Duke. I'm curious to know if they're in allegiance. They've certainly been meeting. I have no reason to suspect Denali as being tied directly with him, just a connection in loose sign. But if Wormwood Masters is a fiend, the chances of him being aligned with that demon creature are extremely high.
Well, we spoke about this before. We talked about, with the name Wormwood, I seem to recall, it's a name associated with the cults. And did we say Korrisker
With the
or
occult.
Königsberg?
What do you mean?
I thought we talked about like a certain location of the world.
No,
Where-
you were saying that, and I said
I was
no.
asking.
It's a.
I think I was.
You
I
were
think I was
asking
just
that,
asking.
and I
Yes,
said
yes,
no.
yes.
It is a demonic name,
Yes.
and I also said it's the name of a comet,
Yes, it's the name of a comet. I remember that.
so it's celestial demonic implications with Wormwood.
You make sorta one word in ascending, or does it have to be sort
One
of?
word. One word. It counts. Slang counts. Like dunno.
Yes.
I dunno.
I mean,
if you spell it as one
wanna,
word, it's one
ama.
word. Yeah.
gonna.
Yep. All right. So what are we doing?
I guess I'm writing in my notebook, trying to figure out 25 words to send to him.
I can hear the ceiling fan.
Right, it's the beat.
It is a beat. And the dog? The dog is crazy.
It's the ambience.
It is. It is. It makes it sound like we're in a meeting room with a ticking clock. Which is kind of funny.
Boom.
Well, this is fortunate that this is all happening at once when we're discussing this. What we said, Wormwood Masters is in Tashiv?
Presumably, yes. As of last I had tracked him, I think he works in the vault. I don't exactly know where.
Malachi just kind of like rolls his eyes at the sky, like he's rolling his eyes at Bahamut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we carry on with the discussion on the vault now that we're here? Do we need to take an adjournment?
Caleri, once you send your message, just let us know what you're going to say.
All right, I'm gonna tell him we're on the Chiral Plateau, working with the elves. Should I even say that? Is that true?
No, I would just say we're with the elves. That way, well, I don't know. Is he trying to find us? There's so many
Yeah,
questions.
he wanted to regroup.
He
That's what he
wanted to
said.
regroup. Oh dear. Okay.
We can try to meet him in Tarshiv.
That would be perfect. Yes, is he in Tashiv? I suppose he is.
I
if
don't know.
He's giving reports as though he's there, isn't he? Yes, perhaps we let him know that we can regroup. However, he is a red dragonborn. Is that going to
that's
be a
right.
problem? There?
Yeah, that's a big problem in Tarshiv. I'm also a big problem in Tarshiv. So maybe we meet him somewhere else.
Okay. We'll come to that in a moment. Let him know that we have a camp near the elves, and we want to meet up soon. We just need to find a safe place. Ask him if he's in any danger, if he needs immediate rescue.
So shall we carry on?
Yes, go ahead.
So on the topic of the vault and Wormwood Masters, there's a few places he could work, but most likely he's going to be somewhere in the mine. But he could be in the refinery. Either way, it's the most extensive portion of the vault. The simplest portion of the vault is the granary. I don't exactly know where it is, but it's fairly humble, fairly low security from what I know. The next portion is the reserve, which is effectively a bank of Tarshiv for the Sultan's reserves, but also that apparently storing other individuals, wealthy individuals store some of their goods and equipment there, as well as their gold reserves. But the Sultan has a private vault as well, allegedly. I'm not sure if that's true. The source on that is it's Tucat. What the entire rest of the vault is the mines. And they mine apparently all manner of things there, from clay to coal to gold mixed with other metals. And there is supposedly a refinery on site, and I'm not exactly sure where that is, particularly with ventilation. I imagine it can't be in the cave, but having not seen it myself, I'm not 100% sure. Now, we could certainly find many of these things out. I don't anticipate we need to move too quickly or hastily, but with a couple of very intentional reconnaissance missions, we could start with a surface-level venture, investigating the exterior, taking notes, walls, guard positions, and potentially the next thing would be a little bit higher risk, would be attempting to get inside. I have means of doing some of these things. I myself have done many such operations in the past and would be willing to go myself, but it is not without risk. I could confidently scout the site from the exterior and draw up a quick map of the layout. No issues, almost no chance of anything going wrong. But of course, whenever you go inside, things get complicated. Even when you're invisible and walking on walls, there's always unforeseen consequences.
Well, there is, of course, the question that's at the top of my list.
Yes.
We have no clue what sort of defenses they have against magic. And I suppose, to some respect, I am very scarred by the Lucine Asylum.
Indeed. It was a nightmare. You don't have to tell me that. I died twice.
Well, you almost died.
Well, effectively.
We're not even sure you're truly living. Anyway,
Yes, indeed.
let's see. Wait a minute, Vespa. Your,
My amulet.
your amulet.
That would be an excellent accompaniment, aside from the fact that I need magic to be invisible.
Yes, of course. But if they have certain things that are, would be a problem to us, we could use it.
Oh, absolutely. If we are really going to attempt a rescue, or an assassination, from what it sounds like we may be building towards, then that item is going to be absolutely essential.
Do we know what the Sultan looks like?
I have an idea. He's been described to me, though I haven't met him myself. He's a scrawny, medium brown, no facial hair, always wears white and gold, takes after Xerxes in that respect.
Wait, hold on a moment. And I'm going to pass my hand in front of my face and make myself look like his uncle.
Yeah, he looks a bit like that. That would probably be a fair assessment. Who is that, by the way?
This is the face of his uncle, Ruta.
Well, then that's a good starting point. He's obviously much younger than that. He's still not 18.
Oh.
Yes.
How did he come into power?
His father was poisoned.
I see.
They're not a popular line.
And I'm gonna whisper to Zephyr, we need to have people start working on making poisons. Well, alright. How soon can you case the joint?
Is that a me question? Because I am now, I have to do something real quick, logistically.
Oh,
so
this
I
was an
can't answer
Orion question.
immediately.
How soon can you case the joint?
As early as tomorrow. With the proper setup. It could take some time, but I have means of quite easily scaling the wall myself if it came to that. I could even position myself directly above the vault and walk my way down were it necessary.
Would you be going along with us?
I certainly could. If you're talking about the non-reconnaissance aspect of things, I would be willing, yes.
All right. Well, yes, this would be helpful for us. Certainly. What do we need? What should we, if we're, who are we taking with us? Number one, I do not think it should be too large of a group, and I think we need to work on what we're bringing with us. We need to be prepared for as many eventualities as we can.
All right, Julian, you get my message?
I
Can you give that to Malachi?
did put a message in the campaign chat if people didn't see it.
He
I didn't
did.
know when to work it in.
He did.
I
It
did.
was fine. It
I
was totally
did.
fine. So as long as
I tried
that's
to report
accepted,
it.
I have a response for my mans to read. You can read it. I also just put it in the campaign chat.
Oh, in Tarshib, laying low with Khaldun. We're safe for now. Khaldun says he can get us to Krill.
Real?
Kyriel.
Oh,
This is my fault. I didn't prep you.
hey, tomato. I'm a fucking dragon over here. Anyway,
So I think I would have started saying something, and then I would just like pause, listen. Well, it seems as if Kingi is with Khaldun, and Khaldun seems to have some means of getting to Kyril. I will find out how long it will take. If we can have him here today, they might be able to provide us with information that we could use in our mission tomorrow.
That would be excellent.
Just you all talk amongst yourselves. I will need a few minutes.
Blah 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 blah. You know.
I'm starting to think that we should send Cagliari to join enemy factions. She seems to have a knack for causing trouble.
Well, I suppose it's possible.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
How would they be able to like? Well, I guess I don't know how they plan on coming in, but I do want to make sure that this place is like teleport proof
Okay.
to anyone who isn't one of us. So that's something we may
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to work on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Well,
write that.
Private
down.
Sanctum does make it teleport proof.
Okay.
At least to when you're inside of it, and you're currently inside of it.
Yes.
There's this funny blue barrier that I draw. This blue barrier, everything inside of it's teleport proof.
Wow.
And you can't be scryed on. So, courtesy of Osnek Incorporated. Malachi could do it too, but it wouldn't be big enough. So Osnek's doing it.
Well, I mean, I suppose I don't mind doing it for here if we can cover more places, but that's something we'll lean into.
Yeah, at some point.
Okay. I'm writing my sending.
Yep, I'm seeing.
Um,
Well, Malik is going to ask. So, magic this, magic that can be of very little assistance in that arena. But when it comes to physical security, what do we know of the Vault? What do they actually have? How many men? How many captains? What's their infrastructure? Are there divisions? If there are divisions, how many men are in each division? All right. Orion says, I don't have any of that information, but I can attempt to obtain it. It's a large cave system, so we're talking more than 100 guards, easily. But how many more than that, and how serious those guards are, I'm not sure. That will warrant further investigation. That's what I'm most concerned about. Then I'm concerned about, as much as I'd love to just be able to storm the castle and walk away victorious, this is probably more of a, stealth mission, even when it comes to the extraction and the assassination. With that many men, I'm not willing to throw much at this outside of a very tight, extremely trained, and well-prepared team. If we're doing it at all. I am not particularly fond of the idea of retrieving Groja, but if we also need to kill this devil, very well. And I'm not exactly the biggest fan of slavery, so go get our friend, I guess. All right. I'm just gonna say.
And then I'll explain that part of my charge is to deal with these evils.
No! Get away! No!
You could just like turn her off. It literally happens every single time.
I've tried
I like it.
multiple times. I've tried multiple times.
Well,
I've told her to stop. I've gone into the app.
Just unplug her.
kill. That's my favorite solution. I hate her.
You can't ask putting down my wife.
Wow.
You can just ask me to kill her.
Guys, this has been really great. I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah. Just like that.
Okay. Kingi and Khaldun can be here in a matter of hours. They say they'll be flying and they will not be followed. Question: how visible are we from the sky?
Pretty small, not super visible. I mean, if someone's looking for you, they'll see you because you're way out in the open. But you could obscure most of that with your private sanctum if you so desire. So you can make the top of the private sanctum look like dirt.
Yes.
You have that ability. It won't hide everything, but it'll hide most of everything.
Well, the truth is, I'm thinking more long term. I'm actually making a list of things currently. So, I think that would be something to do with druids if they can create some tree cover.
Okay. Yep. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. All right. All right. Well, so shall we adjourn this meeting until our guests arrive?
I suppose so. Yes, I agree.
All right. Well, that's that. I'll be around, I suppose. Okay. John, did you actually have to leave, or was that a bit that I wasn't privy to?
Oh, no, he threatened, he asked if I couldn't just kill my creature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You should do that, though. Creature. All right. Well, y'all got a few hours. What's on the docket? Kelly already needs to sleep, so I'm presuming that's what she's going to do. Well, long rest, sleep in quotation marks. What else we got? What else the crew got going on? Any matters to attend to?
Blake
All right,
McKay is picking up whittling.
Oh, that's
I've
cool.
been working on the line
He has been working on the line.
all this time.
I would cut to Grouger, but I already cut to Grouger out of session. He knows what's going down. He's not having a good time, and we'll leave it at that.
I'm having a great time.
Fake news. He's not having a great time. Okay. Is it good if Vesper and Malik go to the foot of the plateau? Can Vesper take Cagliari's warhorse? Because they do not have horses right now. And if Vesper flies and Malik rides, then they can reasonably meet.
That's right. We should have a
Maybe for
Jacob
the
v.
thing.
Jacob interaction right now.
We shouldn't have that right now.
These are some of my long-term plans for the.
Your to-do list. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to work on any of those specifically at the current moment?
I think we might be able to high level do some of it, where I just talk to the relevant people
Got it.
and
Okay.
just give marching orders.
Okay. In the meantime, though, retrieval party. Who's retrieval party? Can it be Malik and Vesper? Should there be more? Should it even be Malik?
I don't know. What are we doing? We're just getting
Retrieving
treated.
them from where?
Yeah.
You said if you get to the foot of the plateau, we'll collect. So they're going to the foot of the plateau.
Okay.
And by the foot of the plateau, I presume you mean the southmost portion of it, but up top. Right? What do you mean by that?
I guess it was like, I'm not trying to give them specific, like the actual directions, because even though they think they're not being followed, I still want to be sure. But I guess I don't know the full layout of like the entire, what is this, like a small mountain or?
It's a small mountain range and then plateau peaking between. So the foot of the plateau, realistically, is like down here, like right above Tarshiv. That's what you're saying. But the entire plateau is spanning miles. Like, they're probably going to need more direction. You could direct them to the clearing, or you could direct them to, like, west of this mountain.
I think I'll do another sending and just give them more specific details. So what's a good place that's like close to us but not too close? Where are we?
You are
Is that
right
us?
here where my cursor is, in this little shape. So you could direct them to
Yeah.
the road above the forested mountain, the little forested mountain.
Send them there.
Cool. Dunzo. And then this is probably like, how many miles is this? That's 25. This is light work then. This is like 10 miles or less. So riding and or flying, they could get there in a matter of hours, but they'll need to leave immediately, whoever this retrieval party is. So that's what I'm saying. Is Malik on Cagliari's warhorse valid? Does that work?
Do we not have other horses?
You do not have horses. You could not take horses through all of the chaos. You had some at one point, but once you went to the Feywild, that was not workable or sustainable.
All right, fine. I'll let the guy take my
Take your
horse.
awesome
Luminous
Does
Celestial-
Midnight.
anything funny,
Luminous Midnight.
I'm gonna get a report.
Yeah.
Hey, what kind of animals are in the woods around us, by the way?
You wouldn't necessarily know, other than what's been reported to you, which is there are owlbears. You know this much, but other than that, it's deer and other normal creatures, squirrels, eagles.
Deer with 5
giant.
heads.
There are giant
And-
eagles. This is
And
this is the thing.
let me ask. I don't know how equipped for mounts are deer.
Not. Not even a little bit. They got little weak legs and they're extremely slender. They're what's called like slim game. So they do not have the muscle mass for mounting. Elk, maybe, but there's no elk here. The elk are in the Ailian range on the other end of the continent, way north. You could have those as mounts. They're not here.
We're trying to domesticate deer now.
I don't know what he's trying to do, but it's not
What
going to
about
work.
the wild elves? How would they serve?
Ooh,
As mounts, I don't think
that's
that
a
would
unit in
work
Warhammer. We should do that.
I don't think that would work super great, unless you're a kobold. In
Yeah,
which
get my
case, then it
kobold
would
in
work.
here.
If you get your kobold in here, you can use any biped as a mount, realistically, as long as they're maybe 5 foot or taller and they got enough muscle
He's
mass.
next. If I ever have to introduce another one.
Yep. All right. Hey, look, it's Hydrid Halami. Is retrieval party retrieving?
Yeah, let's go retrieve.
All right, retrieval party is retrieving. Who's Malachi talking to in the meantime?
So my first thing would be, I guess I'm talking to both, but I'm also talking to Malik
Okay.
together from talking about defensive structures.
Oh, he's got to leave because he's theoretically the general is going to meet the guests.
Okay, so then I guess I will talk to Vespa and Orion. Is Ryan going?
Oh, Ryan? No.
Okay. Then I can talk to him about the spy network to Lucine
Okay, cool.
and see if there are any operatives in Lucine.
Got it. Probably honestly, we'll just go over that out of session because I don't have that prepped because my entire week was dictated by something else. So, yeah. But got it.
Me.
I do have that written down on my list too. So we will retroactively do that. You wanted to send people out as well, right?
I did, but I also wanted to see who was there.
Who's there already? Okay. We will workshop that. Anything else?
Then I guess I would also try and talk to Drya about if we can like start separating out the fields, because I want to have the crops that we're using for food, and then we have certain that are going to be more medicinal and magical.
Got it. All right. 100%.
So I do also want to talk to what's her name, that herbal lady.
Vanna Barome. I will tell you 100%, and Durai will tell you, you should get a crew together, probably her and a few other people, just to make sure she doesn't get mugged on the road. Or you can come if you want, but she'll be fine. They need to ask for seeds from the Wood Elves. Like they need to get stuff started, and if they have materials that they'd be willing to give graciously, so that they can start farming, you guys would be able to accelerate really quickly in actually growing crops. You just do not have seeds right now of almost anything.
Do I have time to go grab my dinner real quick?
Probably.
No.
Okay.
All
he's
right.
dead. So, would you be willing to send out a group to parlay with the Wood Elves to the east?
Yeah. You send like Vanna and some people who can protect her, obviously, because you want them to be able to. She needs to be able to pick the things that would be best.
Got it. So Dariah, Vanna Barome. Who else? I guess it doesn't really matter.
How many druids do we have? I don't really want Drya going, but we may have more favor if she goes.
That's
so it's
exactly
not-
her. That's exactly her thought process. 100%.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You can take the
Welcome
Lauren
back.
Protector. Why don't you take the Lauren, because he already met with Halamia. He was the first one they met. So he can protect her. You just got a job assignment, buddy. And then I don't know who else. Like one or two other people or something.
we need some sort of cart as well in case they're going to. We don't know what they're going to give us as well.
Cart. You have a Wainwright. He just hasn't been able to make anything because you guys don't have any wood, and everything in the chaos of leaving was kind of
So since we've made nice with the Wood Elves,
yeah.
perhaps this is something we can talk about. But as you see, I'm planning to start getting a school together. So at some point, I'm going to be talking to people who are skilled in their things, so they can take apprentices on. So hopefully, we have more Wainwrights, etc.
Okay. Would you like to send your Wainwright to the Wood Elves?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So currently you have Dariah, Vanna Barome, Thaloran, Damian Valdez, your only Wainwright. And maybe like you could take Tiberius. He's at this point he's kind of like he's on Electi. So if you recall, I restructured the groups. You have a few individuals who are extremely competent and effective, and they have been put in their own category. Included in that category is Light McKay, Folk Smithers, Tiberius, Iovita Tadius, your two guards, Saturninus and Africanus, Meteor Sable, Cagliari, and Gradger. So, could just send Tiberius. Or like Folk. They're good guards, because they're also not dumb. Folk is incredibly smart, so they can socially blend without disrupting anything or being stupid. Unlike Meteor, who's just muscle.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
let's have. What is Meteor doing, actually?
He actually is patrolling like pretty much nonstop. Malik has been trying to teach him discipline.
Okay.
So
Then I won't.
he's
I
like
won't.
doing stuff.
I won't take him. So, what is the average person in the camp doing?
The average person in the camp is pretty much drilling, preparing, training with weapons, either with Fane, who is training on spears, Raven, who's training bows, and then Thorn, who's training with rifles, but you guys are preserving ammo and not trying to make a bunch of noise. So you're basically not firing rifles right now.
Do we have people who are who do not want to fight?
Yeah, you got a few peasants who are a little weary, but
Yes. So these are the people I want trained as apprentices, and they should be helping in the fields.
yeah, well, you have a bunch of people who are willing to go in the fields. I'll tell you though, if you talk to Malik, a lot of these people want to be able to protect themselves. They don't want to
No,
have to
agreed,
fight,
agreed.
but they have been appreciative of the training that they've received. So even
No,
if they
I
go
agree.
back to farming, the drills are still like a
No,
common
I want
rhythm.
them to. I want them to be on a schedule.
Got
I
it.
want them to. I want them to be on a schedule. I want them to have different meal times. That way, we don't overload our cooks, and then I also would like for those who particularly do not wish to fight. You know, they don't even want to learn how to defend themselves. There are people such. I would like for them to work in the fields and find other ways, but no one in this camp is going to be lazy.
Yep. Okay, cool. Drya probably and Malik are probably just going to coordinate to help that transition because she'll probably take over a lot of the civil life, but Malik is going to have to transition and make the schedule so that they're still ready and not useless.
I suppose Vespa would be involved in that as well.
He
so,
certainly could, just as a logistical oversight.
Yeah.
Yay.
Because you're basically making a transition from armed revolutionary force to you're building a city state with a militia. So you want
Yes.
every member of your city state to be able to defend themselves, but a lot of them are just going to be farmers. But they're farmers who
Yeah.
have weapons and know how to fight and will fight if it comes to it. So, okay, sounds good. They could go out today if you so desire. Dariah, Vanabarum, Thaloran, Damian, Valdez, and Tiberius. You could send them out.
Yes. Have
What are
them
we
go-
being sent out on?
Dariah will brief you, but effectively, you guys are going to go back to the Wood Elves and ask very nicely for seeds because you need food.
Oh,
So, that's it.
Seeds and any exotic plants.
Correct.
You know
And
what I
that's
mean?
what
Like,
Vanna will ask for. And I mean, you know her
Yes.
well. She's an herbalist. She's in your tent. So
Okay.
you and her going. Valdez is literally. He's right here. He's in the tent with Crunkmeyer. So Valdez is here. Gosh, having my camp organ, it's so great having tents where I know where everybody is. All right, get this guy over here. Umbra's somewhere, but I don't feel like moving him. Michaela's somewhere. I don't feel like moving her. Okay, so much is getting done in the 4 or so hours going throughout the day, which brings us to about 2-ish p.m. That's 2 a.m. I forgot it's military time. Gotta go 1400. All right, who else did I say? Dryatha, Lauren, Diverse. Who was my number 5? Where's Burham? There she is. All right, here's your crew. This is the Goof Troop. Lauren, I would like you to roll persuasion with advantage. You're going.
we have
you're
a quick sheet.
you're going to
D&D
parlay
behind.
with the elves, and Dariah is giving you advantage. You're going to go plead your case, and see what you guys can come back with. Malachi is facilitating some other logistics, which we talked about. He's talking with Orion.
I got 21.
21, excellent. It takes you several hours to get there. It's probably 2 p.m., so you won't be back. Actually, you might be back around the same time as Vesper and Malik. But you meet with the elves. You kind of stumble onto the territory. You go back to the tree just because that's the landmark you know. You're able to stumble further west to meet Halamia. And he eventually greets you. You give him his request, and he obliges and immediately says, "Don't even worry about it. You can just walk back. We won't make you carry it. We will deliver you 3 wagons filled with farming supplies to get you guys started." Done.
Yay.
That's it. Like instantly. So then he sends you off. So congratulations.
All right.
Good persuasion roll. Okay. The meeting at the edge of the plateau. I don't have anything. I guess I'll just do grass, even though the plateau is definitely not green.
He's riding Luminous Midnight.
He is riding Luminous Midnight. This is a full circle moment. Julian, I don't know if you were here when Nick made all the horse names, but Luminous Midnight's been a horse name that's been written in a document for a long time.
Bro, what?
All right, yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. Using the lonely forested mountain as a landmark, you make your way to the eastern and western path, hoping that you'll be able to find Kingy and Khaldun, who said they would be there in a matter of hours. And lo and behold, at the foot of the mountain, in front of the forest, you see two figures standing together at a little campsite that they have created. And as you approach, the figures stand up. Vesper, I imagine you're flying. Malik pulls Luminous Midnight over as you cross the road, and the four of you meet. Malik saddles his horse and goes to approach. And Khaldun approaches as well. And it takes a bit. Nobody says anything for a bit, and Malik says, I suppose, welcome. And he bows formally. Khaldun responds with what you notice is an identical Lucinian bow of nobility. And he says, pleasure to meet you. Malik, isn't it? That's correct. Yes, not surprised. This is Kingy, one of my oldest friends, but I'm told that you already know each other. Not personally, but my brother does. Kingy, and he bows to you.
Stare at him.
You stare at him. He looks a lot like Malachi. Have you met him, by the way?
No, I don't think I have.
I don't think you have. You did. You left before they met him. He's a little bit shorter. He's a lot stockier, but he has the same pale white eyes and the same black hair with silver streaks, but it's pulled back into a bun so his hair doesn't get in his face. And he's kitted out in armor that is extremely worn down, somewhat painted over, but is clearly Kuning Greek battle armor. Standing beside him is a white owlin, who, what even does your character look like beyond that, Jacob? Help me out.
He's like an anthropomorphic owl guy. He's all white. He has pitch black eyes and a beak. He has two white wings on his back. They're separate from his arms. He has 6 limbs. Don't think about it too hard.
Yep.
He's wearing like his clothing's pretty nondescript except for a leather jacket he's wearing, which appears to have been custom made for him. It's got like holes for the wings, and yeah, he's just kind of standing there silently.
Now, Kingy, I will describe what you look like because time has passed. There's one thing I actually haven't addressed yet, which is that currently you are not a red dragonborn. You are a gold dragonborn in appearance. You've been disguised. I imagine you still have your armor, but it is covered by more nondescript cloths that Khaldun has provided you, wearing plain tans, and Khaldun is wearing similar desert garb. But you are disguised as a gold dragonborn currently, so just be aware. All right. Well, I suppose you can follow us back. How exactly did you get here? I heard you had flown. Khaldun sighs and pulls out a rolled up rug and unfurls it, and it floats on the ground. And he says, "It is not my favored mode of transportation, but it is very convenient and very nondescript. It is a flying carpet." How'd you get your hands on that? I have connections. All right. And the two of you can fit on that. Uncomfortably. All right. Shall we make our way back? All right, Khaldun nods. All right. Y'all good?
Mhm.
Losing my voice, which is my favorite thing when I'm DMing. All right, you guys make your way back.
Yay!
You will return probably at about 6 or so p.m. when the sun is setting, but you will make it on the same calendar day. Malachi at this point has done his chores, shall we say. Things are looking pretty good in the camp. The other group has returned, and they are currently in the center unloading their 3 wagons and distributing. At this point, probably the wagons... Actually, they probably got back really not long ago at all. So I'm just going to put some of these wagons here. They'll send you... Do you guys want horses? Like, do you want to keep the wagons and the horses?
I mean, that'd be good to have.
You're allowed to
If
keep
they're
the
offering.
wagons and oh, they're offering. So they will let you keep 3 wagons and 6 horses, which you will put here, and the horses, of course, I will allow you to do with as you wish. I presume they have names, but
Luminous Midnight, Luminous Midnight, Luminous
right,
Midnight.
right.
Luminous...
No.
they're all
No, don't.
always luminous midnight. All right. The horses pretty much range from light to dark brown. A lot of them look very similar. You have 5 males and 1 female. They are draft horses, so it's pretty common that they're stocky. They're not really riding horses, but you may be able to. You could find out. But with horses back in the camp, there's quite a bit of logistic work to be done, especially now that there's more mouths to feed, which means getting this farm up and running is critically important. So you guys are unloading, those logistics begin. But in the meantime, Malik pulls back up on Luminous Midnight with Vesper flying behind and Khaldun and Kingi shoved onto an uncomfortably small magic carpet. And Malik pulls up. He's not exactly sure where to put Luminous Midnight, so he stops outside of Cagliari's tent and says, Cagliari, your horse is back. Thank you. It was most pleasant ride. All right.
Thanks for returning him.
Okay.
Wait, Cagliari's in there?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Go ahead if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to roll the dap up Cagliari.
Okay, you're walking in her tent.
Yeah.
All right. A gold dragonborn who is theoretically Kingi walks up to you and attempts to dap you up.
Hello?
It's me.
Oh! Dab him up.
It's
right.
been too long.
Yeah, I died.
Yeah,
You
she doesn't look good, by the way. Actually, Jacob, why don't you take this again?
Okay, she's completely pale, really thin. Probably not like wearing her full getup, so you'd be able to see that she has. It looks like she's had her head cut off and put back on because she has.
Like necrosis a little bit.
She's not like rotting. She's just like, because that'd be really gross to talk about all the time. But it's like, it looked like she was dead for a little while longer than she really should have been. And that she wasn't brought back through like a revivify. She was brought back through like necromancy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Aren't they supposed to be like anti the like living dead? So like
Theoretically, it's not great. It's not great. But it's a little out of your hands. There's no red flags immediately, let's say. You have bigger problems. You have bigger problems to solve, but it is a little disconcerting. Yeah.
I'm just gonna stare and be like, Kingy thinks to themselves later.
Later?
A later problem. Okay. Yeah. Real.
And then he's like, okay, well, I have to go talk to somebody. It's good to see a fellow friend again.
Yep. All right.
See you, nerd.
Malika walks forward with Vesper and Khaldun. Would Malachi be back in the meeting room? Where would he be?
Yes.
Okay.
He's probably there just writing up
with
plans.
Umbra. Waiting
Umbra on
expectantly.
his shoulder.
Oh, of course. The increasingly large cat on his shoulder, and Zephyr sitting down with him, ready.
There's a 60-pound creature on his shoulder.
It's not 60 pounds yet, but it's probably 30. It's probably 30 at this point. It's getting big. It's getting big. So, all right. On the way over, Orion emerges from his tent and says, Kingi, I presume, and Khaldun, pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would come this way. Kingy, by the way, and Khaldun, but he's not real. What you see is a collection of tents, a bunch of fairly well-constructed mud brick buildings, from what it presumes, but fairly good craftsmanship. No doors. There's rarely any wood in sight. It's a lot of mud and cloth, and what little wood is a part of the manufactured tents. It's a humble camp, but it's quite well organized, and there's a lot of faces looking at you as you walk around. Some men are milling about, many are carrying seeds from wagons all over the place. Some are training and warming up in the square, doing push-ups. It's quite the force. But as you make your way over to the meeting room, Malika walks in and says, Malachi, and gestures for you to stand. And says, it would be my pleasure to introduce to you our esteemed guests, Kingy and Khaldun. All right.
Malachi, it's good to see you again. By Bahamut's light and strength of our bond, let us face this darkness together.
He's never said anything so dramatic to me ever in his life.
I embrace him. You know.
Okay.
No, it's crazy because I was going to say the exact same thing. And I gave him a hug. Oh gosh, it feels like we only just parted ways. How came you to Tashiv? Last we saw, you were in the Feywild.
Well, I was called upon by other means by our Lord Bahamut, and I was called elsewhere to deal with other tasks. And then I had something in, how do I even say this, like, in the character? There was a calling that I felt, and it told me to go here, and I found my way over there.
I
Met an old friend
I
along the
understand.
way.
And I met my old friend here.
Khaldun, I presume.
That is correct. Malachi de Lumiere, yes?
I give him like the nod. And we don't have this written anywhere, but I would like to give him like a Lucinian greeting.
Of course. I don't know what that would be, but we can workshop that later.
Yeah, we can workshop that.
Khaldun immediately before sitting says, before we discuss anything, I owe everyone in this room an apology. It seems that your men have been swept up in something that I did not anticipate would come to a head so quickly. And we've all suffered for it. But I would like to rectify the situation, and I have a request to make of my own. But I'm sure we will have much to discuss.
Well, as it stands, we found one of our people made it back to us. So although it's not the most ideal situation, we are not
Cagliari,
sure
yes?
capable people.
She
Yes, she
made it
indeed
back. Good.
She is.
City was looking for her intently. She apparently escaped the Sultan's guards, which, for some reason, they neither blindfolded nor gagged her. But I suppose it worked in your favor, whatever reason.
Yes, she's resourceful. Say what you will, she's resourceful.
So, where should we begin?
Well, truthfully, if I may be selfish,
You may.
what caused you to leave Lucine?
In short, Xerxes, I was torn. I had done business in the city for many years and was just starting on my entrepreneurial journey. I had met your father once or twice, actually. He was a very intelligent man and had quite the silver tongue on him. I never found that I had the same tongue, despite quite literally being silver. But when everything collapsed, there was very little opportunity for myself that I could see. And to be honest, I should have stayed. I should have fought. At least, I believe so. I have a duty to fulfill, and it yet goes unfulfilled. One day I will have to return.
Well, it seems that you share the sentiment of everyone in this camp. Well, most of the Lucinians in this camp.
Yes, I see you have quite the collection of individuals.
We do what we can. Now, if I may be blunt,
You may.
you've said this, but you've not expressly said in these words, what are your intentions when it comes to Xerxes?
I have no intentions with him specifically, but it's a very private thing. I have a sacred duty to Lucine, and I believe that Xerxes sitting on the throne conflicts with that duty. But I need to be wise in the way that I pursue that calling. And so, my intentions with him, as of now, are not solidified.
My family shares a similar calling.
You're a draconic sorcerer.
I am.
And you as well? And he turns to Malik, and Malik just... you know the look, Malik. Malik's just looking at you like... He's like just annoyed. He goes, no, I carry the blood, but that's all.
And with it, the calling.
Khaldun nods. Says, it's true. The ability to cast spells does not determine the worth of a man.
My face is like I'm trying so hard not to do like to make a face at Malik like told you, but I'm barely trying to keep it together.
Yeah. And you're eating.
Yum. Yeah. Well, let's get down to business. We have a friend to rescue. We can talk more about the rifles you were bringing in.
Oh, you know about those?
Indeed. But we need to know about the vault.
Yeah.
We also need to know about the layout of the city. Need to know, have you been in the vault?
I know some individuals who have, but I've never set foot... it depends on what you qualify as the vault. I've been inside the outermost wall, but that's not very far. You see, the vault is just a term for the entire compound. It has vaults in it, but it's everything. It's food supply, it's caravan shipments, gold that flows in and out of it like water. I've had some members of my Iron Skulls do deliveries in there. I myself have accompanied some of those deliveries, but it's always been on the reserve side. Never into the mines, which, from what it sounds like, is where Bill has ended up. He's going to read the room and see if Bill caught any weird looks. What am
Yeah, I mean,
what am
it
getting?
probably would. He's using our guy.
I mean, we know, and by Bill you mean...
It's the name I was given.
Then it is who we think it is. Okay,
Very likely.
good.
Wait, are we
Short-
not talking about Bill
well,
Richardson?
No,
We're talking
no.
about Bill Grodger.
No,
Understood.
He's a half-elf, black hair, slick back.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. His name is in fact Roger.
I see.
Who is the same man that was arrested in Tarshiv?
Yes, presumably. I don't recall if I actually saw him. By the time I arrived, you see, there was a complication with the delivery. I had told Kinge I had a bad feeling about things, and probably should have listened to him when he told me to pull back on my activity in the guild. But I wanted to complete this one last job out of sheer morbid curiosity, which was not a good motivation for completing it. I should have just had the box delivered somewhere outside of the city. I digress. They were intercepted at the Sultan's caravanserai. It seems that they were pulled aside and were unable to complete the delivery to the guild hall. When some of my men informed me that they had been diverted, I went there myself and attempted to survey the situation, but it was bad. I'm not happy to say that I didn't do them any favors. I saw Cagliari, but not Grodger.
Right on time.
Right on time. It's okay, you just missed some boring meeting stuff, so. Also, Julian is here as Kingy.
Hello. Oh, very interesting.
Yes, that's the surprise.
Oh, my food's still cold.
Womp womp.
Oh, dude. You guys won't miss me. I'll be back.
Yeah, you're fine. All right. Should he continue on the vault, Khaldun?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Someone with perfect memory should take notes of this.
Yeah, someone with perfect memory should take notes. If only there was a character. Khaldun speaks.
I'm in slavery.
He is in slavery. Khaldun speaks up. He says, on the vault, there isn't a ton I know about the inner going-ons, but there's a lot of men there at any one point in time. The granary is effectively just a barnacle on the whole of the vault. It exists in its own little world. I'm not sure if it would serve of any use to anyone in our whatever our objective is to be, presumably in rescuing Grodger. The reserve is fairly high security. Entering through the gates is fairly easy, but after that it gets a little bit more difficult. Going deeper into the cave where the actual vaults are is not going to happen unless you are being escorted to your vault, which I am of the mind that they likely have confiscated everything in my personal vault at this point. I don't think I could show my face there without being, at worst, killed or arrested and at best turned away. But if you do have an account in the vault, you may show up and request it be opened, but there's an appointment system, there's logbooks of which caravans are allowed to enter, and when the gates aren't just open for anyone for any reason. You need to be on the schedule or plead a pretty good case if you show up at the doors unannounced. And that's the reserve. That is the right gate. The left gate is the gate into the mines, which I have never once entered. The lower mines are things of lower value, the coal pits and clay mines, other things. But the main bridge, the railway as they call it, they have special wagons on wheels that they ship the goods across. They're 2 to 3 stories high, spanning deep into the chasm and across. One theoretically going up to the refinery and another going back to the higher sections of the mines, which is where all the gold is sourced. Those are more difficult areas to crack, and I have not as much information on them. The only other thing I can give you is each guard has a specific assignment, a specific control, generally 12-hour shifts, and they're categorized by their place in the vault. The reserve guards wear yellow sashes. The Sultan's private men wear the traditional aqua. The mine guards wear masks and black sashes. I've seen them through some of the windows, doors, we'll say. They're around. And I have no idea, truly, how the refinery is protected. It sits up on a hill. It's technically a part of the vault, but the only way you could get to it is by somehow dropping down onto it, in which you'd likely be seen scaling the wall. It's perhaps 200 or 300 feet in the air on a sub-plateau just to the east. So it's very much its own beast. That's most of what I know about the interior. In terms of the context undergirding all of this, when Kingy came to me perhaps 2 or so weeks ago, he told me about his, and he turns to Kingy like premonitions, visions, whatever they may be, and of this cult of Durango, who is an individual I'd prefer to keep as a distant memory rather than an active player in our current world. And so I started helping him investigate, which brought a lot of attention to my guild. I paid my men to start investigating the Sultan. There was a man we tailed called Duke Dagmar Denali from Lucine, so he has connections to the throne. I don't fully know what he's doing here, but he's been spending a lot of weekends in the city, and he's been meeting with the Sultan and with masters, who we were able to trail without issue, at which point Kingy was able to discover that he was, in fact, a devil. But Denali is more of an unknown. When I sent men to tail him, they disappeared, and I haven't found their bodies yet. And they were good men. That's when I knew things were going south. But I didn't let up. I knew that there was something going on that needed to be dealt with. I just didn't exactly expect the tables to turn on me so quickly. The Sultan has been levying accusations against me and my guild that are ridiculous. Of me funneling illicit substances through the city, contributing to the city's drug problem, which is exclusively carried out by the Black Hand Caravan, with negligence, with bribery, extortion. And all the while, the Black Hand has been buddying up with the Sultan in a way that I do not prefer. Tukat is a criminal and a louse. But that's all. I don't have much on Denali, nor truly masters, other than I know that he's a wicked slave driver and he's not from this plane of existence.
Dagmar Denali, that's a name we know.
It's a name you've heard of. He is a duke. He is related to Xerxes. He's very close to the king, and he's someone on Orion's list. He's a financial advisor to Xerxes.
When you say related, they're not blood related, though.
Oh, they very well may be. You're not entirely sure. It's possible that he is related on his first wife's side, who she passed away. But you're not really sure. But you don't get the title Duke unless you're the Duke of Instasis, meaning the bloodline is sort of grafted to you, or you're a Duke, meaning you really have some familial relationship to the king.
Mm-hmm. And he's not Duke of Instasis.
No, absolutely not. That system is abolished. It's not in play anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Greetings.
Oh.
All right.
You must kill him.
Presumably, which may not be the easiest task. You can't exactly just kill a devil and put them out of commission. They'll just go back to their home plane.
We've dealt with that before.
He looks at you quizzically. What do you mean by that?
We've fought a devil recently. Took a lot out of me.
But you have means of ensuring that they're put to rest.
Aye.
Huh.
That I do.
Impressive.
It was taught to me by Bahamut.
Ah.
In a dream. Well, Elebar. In a dream.
Elebar?
One of the...
What do you know of Elebar?
One of the draconic ancestors.
Ah.
I'm sorry. I was introduced to you as Malachi de Lumiere, but I have another title. I'm an oracle of Bahamut.
Ah. Good. So that's why you and Kingy get along then.
Yes.
Okay.
More or less.
Okay. Very good. Well, no issues there. So, if we've taken this all down, what I'm understanding is we are on schedule for a reconnaissance mission, say... Well, I could actually go tonight after sunset. It may be preferable. I will be able to, get some information. Well, it'll be easier for me to see in the daylight, but it'll be safer for me to go at night. Granted, if I am invisible, I'm not sure it matters greatly. I could go tomorrow morning.
No, I suggest you go as soon as possible.
So, tonight then.
The sooner you return, the more time we have to prepare a plan.
All right.
But, Khaldun, what I suppose I want to ask this from a magical standpoint. What is magic like in Tashif? What
They have...
what is the overall
They have magicians. They don't have wizards. They know the basics, but outside of a few draconic sorcerers who are gifted and of my blood, there are none in the Sultan's ranks who have a great command of the art. Let's say that. I am sure that their vaults are magically enchanted with something, but nothing of impressive strength. They don't see magic as a part of the world. They merely see it as a trinket to be pulled from the toy box now and again.
Mm-hmm.
So it informs all of their decisions. The Sultan himself is perhaps the most ignorant of it all, which is where
Yes.
the problem lies.
Well, he is a young man, is he not?
He is. I feel sorry for him on occasion, but he has done much that does not grant him sympathy in my eyes.
Yes, but he is young and
He didn't have a
without proper-
particularly great father.
proper guidance. Yes.
Yes.
I would like to meet with him at some point.
Oh, it would not be without risk. I suspect that the cult of Durango has an influence over him somehow. He's become far more erratic than normal, which is a task in and of itself. But
Mm-hmm.
perhaps you could free him of those clutches. I don't know.
Yes. I may have a means of getting in. Do we have anyone in the camp who's good at, like, drawing?
Orion?
Vesper as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
both of them.
So if we have people who, like, we can get some descriptions of some key people, perhaps?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can, if we can draw a few of them down. I just want to memorize some faces, just
Okay.
add them to a notebook.
Okay, got it. Let me write this down. Where's this? Okay. Yeah, that list of people would probably be Duke Denali, Wormwood Masters, Raisin Rengaji, the Sultan. You already have Ruta Rengaji. Khaldun tells you that the head of the reserve is Ulsa Rengaji, who is Ruta's wife. So, the Sultan's aunt. He does know, he doesn't have a relationship, but he does know a few of the captains in the vaults, whose names I will check now. Each division has their own captain or a few captains. Let's see, what are the captains that he knows? Not him. Captain Koreji, who works in the reserve. And so Khaldun has actually met with Koreji before. Also Rengaji, of course. Let me write this down. Koreji is a gold dragonborn. A name that you should know that Khaldun also found out works in the vault pretty much by chance is Garamond Taylor of House Taylor.
Yeah.
He doesn't know much about him, honestly, but of course, when he saw or read the name, it jumped out at him. So he doesn't know what he looks like or exactly what he does. He just knows that he is a captain of some guard there. Those are humans. The other captain that Khaldun knows that he says he doesn't really have a relationship with them, but he has had some real conversations with them, is a brass dragonborn captain, Ashtakar. And Ashtakar did not tell him where in the vault he worked, but they had a conversation about he actually was someone that he wanted to get information on Duke Denali from, but the men that he was having run that mission, those were the men that disappeared.
You said this was a brass dragonborn?
This is a brass dragonborn. I will drop this list in the chat. This is a list of relevant figures. I'll put this in campaign chat. Duke Dagmar Denali, Wormwood Masters, Ritan Rengaji, the Sultan, Ruta Rengaji, the captain of the Sultan's guard, his uncle, also Rengaji, his aunt, Captain Kareji the Gold Dragonborn, Captain Garamond Taylor, unknown outside the name, and Captain Ashtakar, Brass Dragonborn. That's what you know starting off.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, shall we begin the reconnaissance phase?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll assume that this meeting is adjourned or wraps up if nobody else has anything. But what that means is we're going to be doing high-level checks, and I will be giving you information as you create objectives for me. The current only objective that I have is Orion is going to do an exterior scout of the vault, walking to the edge of plateau, literally walking down the cliff face, going invisible, and scouting as best as he can with his pair of binoculars and in the dead of night. And he will return in a matter of, well, probably he'll return by morning, and then he'll need to take a nap or something. I don't know. Dampiers sleep, right? I think that's how that works. Don't know. Either way.
They do.
He's going to have to do something. Is there anything else we should be doing reconnaissance-wise in the meantime, or will that kick off tomorrow morning?
On this mission?
Sure, in general, because I mean, I want to take, I don't know how many days you guys have set out, but I'm going day by day, what steps we're doing to build reconnaissance on the vault.
Well, did I try sending to Roger and then it didn't work?
You did. You could always keep trying.
I'm gonna keep trying. I say, Roger, how are you?
I miss you.
Actually,
Actually.
we hope to hear from you. I haven't told
You up?
Siobhan you're missing. Yeah.
So, are you going to send those out pretty regularly, the same message?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I
Groucho,
would like
Yes.
Siobhan to come visit the camp.
you want Siobhan to visit? Okay, that can happen. That can be arranged. You know who to talk to get that to happen.
No, she wants to come visit the camp.
Oh, period? Okay. Well, she could probably make that happen of her own volition with a little bit of arguing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Very well. All right. So here's what's going to happen. Step one is, are you sending that out like every hour? You're going to take 5 minutes and just send to Roger? Just as like a beacon?
Like
Or
every 2 hours.
every 2 hours or so. All right. Nick, this is extremely important. You remember what we talked about with the funny little thing that I put on your character, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Given any opportunity, would you attempt to remove it? Let's say that you're off the shift and you're thrown in the room and it's dark and there's other people and you're pretty much not being watched. Are you taking it off?
No.
You're gonna keep it on?
Yeah.
Okay. Malachi, none of your messages go through. All right.
I'm sure those two things were unrelated.
Totally unrelated things going on there. All right. So what I'm doing tonight which, I mean, the schedule is easy. We can add things. Tonight, Orion is going out to get a view of the vault, to come back with notes, and then we'll consult with Vesper and we'll draw up a map and consult with Khaldun of what he knows, and you'll get a layout of as much as you can of the vault. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We are now going to jump to Tuesday, and it's going to be in the morning at about 9 a.m. again. I'm going to roll for Orion, and we're going to see how he does. He did literally horribly. I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Was he blessed before he left?
He should be blessed before he left.
No,
but,
wait. You know what? No, that only lasts for a minute. So
Okay,
wouldn't have helped.
well, 10 minutes, but
Oh,
yeah, it's not bad. But he's got a lot of traveling to do before he can even get to his thing. I cannot believe that I just rolled a nat 1 and a nat 2. That is the worst thing ever. Okay, well.
Welcome to the party.
Okay, see, that's better. See, that's a 15 plus 11. Where was that? That's what I wanted. All right. I don't know if you guys message Orion during the night or check up on him, but it's going to take him a few hours. I'm sure Malachi was
did he
sending him.
Did he take his earring?
Yes, he can absolutely take his earring, and he can give you the other
Okay.
one. He also
Give it to Vesper,
Vesper.
because
Okay, yep,
yeah.
got it. So you need to go sleep probably. Let the owl stay up during the night. Okay. He does reach out to Vesper every now and again. It starts off not going great. He causes a partial rock slide. But he is invisible, so he's not implicated. But it certainly got a lot of people going. And this is when he was actually approaching the refinery, which is the first thing that he saw because he's coming from the top of the plateau. But he hasn't been spotted. But it actually might work in his favor, realistically, because it's created a diversion, and so he's going to scale his way down the other part of the plateau. He's going. He doesn't roll great on acrobatics. It is an extremely difficult climb. He almost falls multiple times, but he manages to stick on primarily because of his special abilities and some special items he has. It is rough. He's having a lot of trouble getting down and getting a good eye on things. He makes his way to a short plateau where he gets a view of some things, and he gets a really, really good view after a lot of crap. And he stays there over the rest of the night, taking notes, drawing diagrams, and describing things to Vesper in short before he comes back. Bit of a rough night. When his invisibility wears off, or is about to wear off, he hikes it back up because he only has about 30 to 40 minutes to observe realistically over that hour with all the travel time. So he's back up. And at 9 a.m., he briefs you all. I would like, with Vesper rolling and Orion rolling and Khaldun rolling, I would like let's do a general intelligence check, because we need to make a map. Orion contributes with a 9, which is not great. Khaldun contributes with a 15.
I got a 5.
You got a 5. Okay, well, Khaldun is apparently carrying you guys.
Don't ask me to roll stuff anymore.
No. The three of you confer, and with Khaldun correcting information on his eyewitness reports, and Orion contributing, and Vesper struggling to bring it together, you guys are able to get some information.
Can I do the thing
What thing would you like to do?
where I make a hologram, so it's like 3D?
Realistically, you could attempt that, yes. And you know what?
Okay.
That'll be a great pivot to this, because this is what you get to see. With the 15, I will be revealing and describing probably most of what you see before you. I will be hiding all of the entities. What lies before you is the combined efforts of Vesper, Khaldun, and Orion's map, and Malachi's projection of the map. One of the hardest things to communicate with this is depth, and Orion did have a troubled time evaluating the depth from up top as well. If we review here, this section is the mine right here. This is the gate, which is the entrance to the mine. So if we hide that layer, we can see a main gate here and a main gate here. This gate right here, This is your entrance to the reserve. This is where Khaldun has been. These are stables, and these are holding areas for various items. It's storage facilities. It can be used to store extra wagons and other material that the reserve uses, but generally nothing of interest in there. Khaldun has had some of his stuff stored there temporarily. He's been in there. He's been in the stables. This is what's called the transfer house. Khaldun knows a lot about this. The transfer house is a 3-story building where these quote-unquote railways lead into 4 manually cranked elevator shafts that are controlled by these mechanisms up here. He doesn't know exactly how they work, but somehow on the 3rd floor, when this railway comes in, this is about 40 or 50 feet off the ground, they funnel the gold or whatever else they're in here, and then they split them between the mine and the reserve. He's never been in the house itself, but he knows that they have an advanced cargo loading system for getting it out of the main shaft. That being said, this here is the reserve meeting house. This is where also Rengaji lives for a large portion of the year, and other representatives of the bank, but at this time he believes that she is staying. This is a 3-story building. He has been on the inside and can describe it to you in pretty good detail. So let's hide those layers and go here. On the 1st floor, it's pretty basic. We have pillows and a meeting table, some bookshelves, other things nondescript. He's only been on the 1st floor here with some meetings with Ulsa when he was setting up the vault. That was the main thing, and he signed the contract here at this table. Beyond that, he's not familiar with the other floors. Outside is a statue of Para, which is extremely intricate. That is their god of finance. Khaldun insists that it is not a real god, but they worship him so fervently that he's probably may as well be. It's a whole thing. Over here, this is where Khaldun knows very little. Orion describes seeing different mineral deposits and pits here that are being stored, as well as what Khaldun insisted is a guardhouse. These 2 buildings on the walls are guardhouses. He knows that the reserve guard probably bunk here in this house because this is just the storage facility with the gilded roof and the overlook and the walkways here. Over here is the mine guardhouse, and over here is the granary, which Khaldun has never been to and honestly didn't even remember it was there until Orion started describing it, and then Vesper took it down and helped write it out as best he could. We don't really know much about the granary. Like Khaldun said, it's a barnacle. It's just kind of on the side. It's low security, 10-foot high walls, basic dual wooden doors from what Orion saw. So it's low security, but it just leads into these, can't even tell what from his angle. He just saw the silos, so we're not sure how that connects to anything. From what you can tell, it may just be its own isolated little thing. Stables out here, which were hard to see. These green areas, by the way, are tarps covering the stables. So these are the reception areas where wagons and horses come in. These are the 2 stables, and these are stables for the granary. That is almost everything of what's been seen in the vault. Outside of this main causeway and this main bridge, this horizontal bridge is 2 stories long. It's got a gate from the mines and another gate from the reserve. It was very difficult to make out what it is and where the railways lead, other than these 3 are above the 2 gates here. Seeing into the cave was pretty much impossible at this general reconnaissance. But what Orion did get a really good eye on was the refinery. The reason it's not well documented as what this place is from down here, it's almost impossible to see. The building is nearly completely obscured by the 300-foot sheer cliff that it's nestled on the side of, and the plateau that it's on is incredibly small. There is a watchtower set up in the southeast, and there are 2 buildings with 6 different stacks, collected stacks of pipes, which were outputting a small amount of smoke at the time, but it looked like for the most part they were not active. He didn't see many people roaming about on the outside, but he wasn't about to, try to just go in and get really close to it. It looked like there was a cave high up again, because it's 300 feet up, that leads back into the mountain or perhaps the main cavern system somewhere. But that's the refinery. These 2 buildings, the watch house, you have your 2 guard houses, and your bank building. That is the exterior of the vault. You have a pretty good understanding of it. The interior, that would be the next step. Any questions?
Yeah, how do we break in?
Right. You do have options for that Orion and Khaldun can discuss.
Quick question. So,
Yes.
of the people that we had asked about,
Yes.
I don't imagine they drew all of them, but are there one or two that they could have
Wormwood
drawn that they knew about?
Masters. Yeah, let me get that. I mean, Ruta, you don't need. You know exactly what it looks like. Ulsa, unfortunately, Khaldun is the only one who's met her, and he's met her like once. He really doesn't remember what she looks like at all, other than she has like gray hair. That's it, and she doesn't look too like she's a little bit lighter skinned than Ruta, but that's all he has.
Well, she's not by marriage either, so I don't imagine they would look alike that much.
No, other than she's Kane. That's it. Probably. The Sultan, you can get really good pictures of. Like you can get really good sketches of because Khaldun has seen him, has interacted with his father, so he can pretty much get you an accurate depiction of him. Wormwood Masters is a little iffy. I'm gonna need Kingi to make a history roll with advantage with Khaldun helping him.
Okay, history roll with advantage. Oh God. All right. 11.
11. Wormwood Masters was a little nondescript when you saw him. You have a sketch of him that's a little bit detailed, but not super great. He's a fairly nondescript man. He's much lighter skinned than many of the other Tarshiv natives. He has slick back black hair and light facial hair with a prominent mustache. But outside of those generic features, the structure of his face is, it was much easier to remember those details. The slick black hair and the bushy mustache with the light, we'll say 5 o'clock shadow on the rest of his face. His voice, however, is very distinctive. Kingy does not need to roll history for that. He talks sort of like a industrious British fellow, very confident and very powerful in his speech. Very enunciated syllables.
British people are real.
British people are real. So that's Wormwood
Very
Masters.
enunciated and confident.
And confident. That is correct. So, with a couple of impressions, you guys have a pretty good idea of what he sounds like. Very distinctive voice, just a little bit hard to get the details of his face. Now, Captain Kareji, this is where things get funny. People who aren't Dragonborn are really bad at telling Dragonborn apart. So realistically, Khaldun can try to describe to you what Kareji looks like. He doesn't remember super well, but he honestly says you can fool most people as long as you get the color-specific details of the dragon right. And he can do the same for Ashtakar, who he knows better. You can pretty much get their faces to a point where any non-Dragonborn would be like, I mean, yeah, that's the guy, I guess. Outside of scars or other things, he does recall that Kareji has a scar across his right eye. He's very confident he has a scar across his right eye. So, based on that, you guys could pretty much fool non-Dragonborn. Garamond Taylor, no clue. Ulsa, basically no clue. Ruda, you have his face. Denali, very little clue. Nobody has really seen him up close and personal. So the faces that you have in order of quality, you know exactly what the Sultan looks like. You know kind of what Wormwood Masters looks like, and you could get the Dragonborn and pretty much fool most people.
Cool.
That's what you got.
We'll make it work.
All right, what's next, gentlemen? It's Monday morning. Tuesday morning.
We need provisions. We need. Gosh. Entering the city.
Yes.
What is that like? Will we be searched? Will we need reasons to be there?
If you can avoid entering the city, avoid it. Especially because of the state it's in now. It's not in good shape. There's a lot of unrest. People aren't exactly happy that my guild has been dissolved, which fills me with great joy, but at the same time, I'm not happy about it either. My ship is safe as far as I know. I've told it not to come into port in Destin, but entering through the main gate is a bad idea, plainly. If you have means of getting to the vault directly, whether it's flying or scaling the cliff face, it would be preferable to entering the city.
Well, let's have. Um, is there a secluded sort of safe place? For example, well, we don't know it. We don't have something to teleport to. That where we teleported to the circus,
That was
we would
outside of the city.
we would
South
still
side
have
of
to
the-
go into the
Oh
city.
yeah. Because I mean, then you're at the largest wall of Tarshiv that's like 100 feet tall, with the guardhouse on either side of Oasis. And then your access to the vault is it's terrible. But you'll notice that the vault is effectively off the side of this mountain, which is oversimplified. If you actually look at where it lands, you would be a little bit pressed to get down to the mountain that it's on top of. Orion did not have an easy time with that. But if you could get there, you can like snake your way through, because Orion will describe he basically had to descend into a valley to go up the mountainside again and then scale across it on a little plateau that then eventually opened up to the vault. But there's not much flat terrain on this mountain. There's that little plateau, and so I mean, Orion was exhausted by the end of that trip from going up and down and up and down. If you fly there, it's easy.
How many of us are going?
That's certainly a question. I imagine Kingi is going. I imagine you want a cleric, meaning Valoran is going, so that nobody dies, even though he's not the stealthiest. You have to go, because you know why. Orion is willing to go. Vesper, probably bad idea because logistically important. Cagliari could go. She is
I'll get
wanted.
a
but
mask and a hood.
yeah, it's not super hard to disguise her, and Khaldun can assist with that.
Well, not just the hood. It's the feet.
I know.
Yes. So your crew could be this. You could get Parts or Sable if you trust him. As another cleric.
It could be a test for Sable.
It could be a test for Sable. Or you could
Yes.
go with the tried and true Parts Killer of Dragons.
No,
But he's
I
not
think
a
we
stealthy
need,
man.
No, we need stealth here. We need people who can talk their way through.
Which means Sable would be
I
a
would-
good
Brendan
pick.
here to play a character in this?
I believe he will be in a bit.
What?
I will. I will get.
Are you
Sable.
capable of
Confidence.
like doing a
A dungeon,
dungeon
crawl.
right now?
Right now,
Yeah. Like next hour.
I can manage.
Okay.
I just finished eating.
I don't imagine we're realistically not gonna get through the whole dungeon tonight. But I want to get into the dungeon tonight.
Okay.
So
Which character would you prefer to play?
I get a choice.
Sable is level 9 now.
Where
It was level 9, but I haven't actually gotten to dig through all this shit and make
Yeah.
sure I'm happy with them.
yeah.
What level is
Parts is like 4
Destroyer
or
of
5.
Dragons? 4 or 5.
I think so.
Yeah,
Parts is
but
level 5.
I don't know if there's so much of an option because I'm kind of more. We kind of need somebody who's better at stealth and like talking.
Well, then I guess Sable's going.
Yay! I like that guy.
Man,
That's
if only I
also
didn't have disadvantage on stealth.
That's also our way
You
of like,
probably don't
you
want to wear
know,
your heavy armor.
testing him out,
Honestly, you do not want to wear your
testing him
heavy
out and
armor.
stuff.
Yeah.
Who? Me?
Yeah. This is gonna be a trial.
Sable? Why would Sable wear heavy armor?
Now,
No,
That's
no,
like
no.
level
no,
I mean,
for Thaloran.
Oh,
Now there's one thing that or you have something, Jacob?
I was just gonna say I have medium armor master, so I don't have disadvantage on stealth wearing my half
That's why
plate.
I love medium armor master. Ugh.
well,
Could I borrow like light armor, medium
Yeah,
armor
no,
from somewhere?
easy. You have go to the armory. You can get leather armor. If you ask really nicely, they might give you studded leather armor.
We have studded leather around.
I mean, that is true. Even within the party, you could just probably pull some studded leather.
Well, aren't you guys in luck? Sable's got pants without a trace.
It is extremely valuable. It's one
Good.
of the most valuable things that you could probably do.
Am I bringing the horse?
I would imagine not, because the separate
No,
issue
it's been
is
seen.
yeah.
It's been seen.
The separate issue is
Yeah.
you'll have to drive away to get there. Now, Khaldun is willing to join you, and this is where he's going to have to jump in and say, I never was able to get out my request last evening, but there is a complication.
Hmm?
They've taken someone that's important to me as well.
You know he liked Roger so much.
I don't know where she is, but they've told me that if I try anything, they'll make her life more unpleasant than it already is.
And who is she?
She's realistically an ex, but not someone that I'm willing to leave in shackles.
Hmm.
They're gonna
Lizzie,
fart
is
in her
it?
direction.
Well,
It's Dura,
here's my
but she
here's
goes by Lizzie, yes.
here's my fear. My fear is, if push comes to shove and we need to get out of there, we have the ability to teleport. We can only have, what was it, 8 or 9 people?
9, because it's yourself and 8 other people, I believe. But I always
So-
forget.
Well, I believe it's 8 other people. I would like Osnick to drop us off.
So that you can teleport us out.
I can get us out.
I can take the carpet.
You can take the carpet.
I can take the carpet. I'll make my own way out if I have to, but it would be good to have some help.
Would your presence in the city cause any complications for our mission?
Of course, but I'm not planning on going into the city, and if I am, it's not going to be as myself. There's a reason that I painted Kingy gold.
Wait, you painted him gold?
Yes.
That's paint.
It's
Yeah,
not going to
spray
come
paint.
off. It's not going to come off very easily.
I thought that was magic.
No, it's a special mix of paint. It's
I see.
actually the exact same paint that they use to coat all of their roofs. It's
Paint
nasty
with
stuff, and it's going to
racism.
take a
I'm
while to
gonna-
come off.
I'm gonna go over to Kingy and try to like scrape it and see like.
It does not come off.
No, I'm not trying to take it
Okay.
out. I'm like, so is this
Oil-based paint.
just the color gold or is there actual gold in it? Like, how much is this worth?
It's worth quite a bit. The way that they do it is they take some gold
Hey,
and
I don't
dilute
like
it
how
with
you guys are
other-
trying to sell me.
All right,
no,
all right,
no,
all right.
Kingy,
Calm down,
no,
buddy.
no.
Calm down.
No, I'm just imagining that at some point this will have to come off, and will it be valuable?
It's very difficult to separate the trace elements of gold from the rest of the mix. I don't fully know how they make it, and I could only buy it because of connections. But I have a can.
Do you think I
And
could
it's- and-
stand in fire and the gold will melt off of me?
That's
That would be very dramatic.
possible, yes.
Just
Well,
skin him.
That would
Like,
be really cool to see.
I'm like resistant to fire.
Yeah.
Anyway.
By the
All right,
way,
regardless.
is there anyone with us who is skilled in using rifles?
Yeah, you have a list of those people.
No, I mean among
Oh,
us.
amongst this group? No.
I don't know if Cagliari ever rolled for that, but I don't know if I would anyway, because I can't like smite or sneak attack with a gun.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if we
Why not?
find them. If we find them, they would be useful. Perhaps.
Well, keep in mind, you still have your own supply of rifles. They're just locked down by Thorn.
We also can use guns, even if we're not
Correct.
like good with them.
True.
But they're not the most stealthy weapons.
What?
That's why. That's why I don't plan on taking them. I don't want to.
Also,
I don't want to diminish our supply at all. I only want to. If we find them, they may not have defenses necessarily for, certain things like that. So we might be.
I think a lot of people don't have defenses for guns.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sable.
Safe bet.
You're very welcome.
You can feel like a pain
So is this the group?
in the valley.
I believe so. If Osnick will take us, I think we're fine to go.
Okay. Do you have other things you want to do before you make an attempt? Because you'll still have to figure out how you're getting there and when and what's your in.
Of course, I want to say farewell to my wife and child.
Yes, your child.
But
You could set up camp on the mountain and then do reconnaissance from there within this group. So you could
idea.
take rations and then go from there.
The challenges would Osnick come with us?
I don't think so. Orion would just walk you there. It's going to be exhausting, but you could do it.
No. And so, will he meet us? The thing is, he's going to teleport us in. What I mean.
How's he going to teleport you in?
That was sort of what I was saying. My goal is that I can teleport us out, but I guess we're just saying we'll go into the city itself, just walk in.
Well, here's what I'm getting a little confused. So, you should not go into the city. You should not. You can get above the vault in about a day's journey. It's exhausting. Orion did it. You're not going to be able to do it at the same pace that he did, but because he ran like a marathon. But you can get above the vault in the exact position Orion was in and be above the refinery. You just need a way down. But then you don't have to go through the city. Because if you go through the city, the vault is on the opposite end of the main gate. You have to literally go through the entire city just to pull up. So it's a little tough. I mean, you could disguise yourself as a caravan. Like, you have a lot of options. You could do that. It's not a problem. But the options are quite literally limitless.
Okay.
How do you want to get in? That's what you have to ask yourself.
Someone, could we not do what they did the last time and they used Featherfall?
You can
to get
absolutely do that. That's kind of what Orion is thinking as a basic way, because then you can just cast that, float your way down, and then you're done. And that's that. But
again, the person who cast it last time was Osnick.
Osnick. You don't know Featherfall, right?
No.
It's probably time. It's time for you to learn Featherfall. Because you're a big boy. You need to learn to cast your own spells. So if you want to invest in that, that's something you can work on.
I learned how to cast it as a ritual.
Which is one of the best ways to cast it, honestly. Because then you're not burning a spell slot to cast Featherfall.
Yeah.
Also makes it less useful, though.
In situations where you need it immediately, yes.
Yeah.
We're falling! Quick, cast Featherfall!
Yeah, that's
I'll
not.
need
That's
10
not gonna
minutes.
Work. I would need 10 minutes. It's Squidward falling in the void from episode with the flying dustman, going and he's casting Featherfall for 10 minutes just so that he can die anyways at the end. All right. So Malik, are you going to learn Featherfall?
I will.
All right. Go to Osnick. Roll Arcana or your Charisma modifier. Do something. Roll something. You got to learn. What else are we doing? Because we don't have much information now if we're moving out.
I need to scrounge up a mask.
14.
That can be pretty easily scrounged. 14? And it's what? Featherfall's second level, right?
It is.
All right. It takes you longer than you would like to admit. Like 2 hours. But after that, you're able to ritualize it. You're able to work with Osnick.
You know what?
Yeah?
I imagine I learn it, but I'm not getting it as a reaction. I'm like trying to transcribe it from
Yes. There's a lot of shenanigans you have to do there.
So I'm trying to figure out how to make it a ritual.
And Osnick can help you ritualize it, but the way that you do your rituals and the way that he does his rituals are not the same. And so there's a disconnect between wizard and sorcerer to an extent And you guys basically have to workshop this to make sure that it's going to work. Osnick's pretty sure he can do it. And after 15 minutes, he has a ritual version working for himself. But for the next hour and 45 minutes, you guys are working on ritualizing it for you. After you get it done, you're able to knock it down to a 2-minute time. You can ritualize it and cast Featherfall in 2 minutes.
Oh.
You could probably get faster with it or simplify it, but 2 minutes is what you can do to get it to reliably work. You test it out, and it works good. But it took you 2 hours to learn a second level spell.
Yeah, I'm not telling anybody about that.
Yep. Okay, well, there you go. Congratulations. All right, the feather falling problem has been solved. So we have that as an option. It's not required, but it's an option. What else are we doing? It's still Tuesday. It is it's literally just it's 12 p.m. So
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
it's Tuesday and it's 12 p.m. Orion is not super confident just going with the information he has. He wants information on the inside.
How do we do that?
That is the question. If we go with the idea that I like, because by the way, I'm kind of helping, but I haven't figured out how to get into the vault. I just made the vault. I haven't thought about how you're going to get into it. That's your problem. But I'll assist.
Weird thing for you to say, Orion, talking in character. Come on.
No, I'm not talking in character. Here's the deal. If we do the base camp thing, which I just thought of, and we do that, and Orion gets you there above the refinery, whatever, then you can sort of use that as a temporary system of operations. You just have to have a deadline as to when you're going to try it, or it might be annoying if you need more resources and then have to go back. But at the very least, maybe they could set up a base camp, and if Malachi doesn't go with the initial group, he can teleport to them and bring other resources that they need. So keep Malachi at the main camp. He'll burn his teleport one day, the day before you go into strike, and the base camp starts collecting more information so they're a little bit closer to the action. That could work. Because at some point, Orion's probably just going to want to go inside. He wants Pass Without Trace, because that's going to help. And then he's going to have to literally start climbing on the ceilings. And it's dark.
Okay.
So, but he can do that while invisible. With Pass Without Trace. That's possible. That's what he would suggest. Because then you can get at least an interior layout.
Alright, Featherfall is first level.
Oh, then that's even easier. I thought it was second level for some reason. Still, 2 hours to learn a first level spell is not great. So, what are we thinking?
If he wants to try that, I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
I mean, as either one of my characters. I was talking as Vesper there, but he's not here.
I noticed. That was funny. So does this mean base camp, Khaldun, Kingi, Orion, Thaloran, Sable? Set up a little preliminary shop.
Why not
Yeah.
the other two?
Well, if
Because they smell.
no, yeah, that's actually it. If you find out that you need resources or things from the camp in the future, Malachi can teleport to them, save the travel trip. He won't have to walk for 8 hours, and then he can just bring the stuff to you, and you can just come with him.
Okay.
You're not exactly
But we are saying that the day that I go is not the day we're going.
correct.
Because then we can't get out
Yes,
if we need to, like in an emergency.
correct. That would be the caveat of that.
Well, I'm not opposed to more information.
You could also go there, and the Magic Carpet boys could stay back at camp and bring anything you need and fly on Magic Carpet, and we could do this.
Why only 5? What am I missing?
No reason. It's literally just keeping someone at camp so that there's an easy way to get resources. If you guys are like, we actually want this item that we have at camp, and we didn't bring it
why
with
don't-
us.
I suppose, but I mean, there might be things we can get there too. Maybe.
On a
Yeah, I don't know what
Rocky
we would need
Mountain.
from camp.
I don't know.
No, we're talking about Oh, you're not talking about in the city.
No.
In the city.
That's the whole point. Because the whole point of this is if you're setting up a base camp, you're doing it above the vault. Like 400 to 500 feet above the vault on the little plateau that he started his reconnaissance on, Orion.
I'll bring Grudger's stuff with us.
I don't know. I feel like we should just try and get in,
Fine.
like not into the vault itself, but if we can find a way to get into the city and kind of do reconnaissance.
So through the main gate.
No.
We can find some other way in.
Well, then you can just
We
do what
drop
you did
down the
before.
cliff
Yeah,
wall.
because that's much less of a harder walk. You drop down on this cliff wall instead of taking the valley down and then back up to the mountain where the vault is. You just drop down and then walk in. You could easily do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're in the city.
Yeah.
How long is the walk to the vault without? Or no, I guess
Once
we would have
you're-
to go through the main gate.
Yeah,
Never mind.
but once you're in the city, it's very easy to traverse. You have literally one main road. You peel off after the fountain. You turn left, approach the temple, veer off, and then the vault is behind the temple.
I was just thinking if I stayed out of the city, how hard would it be for me to get in? But I guess I'll just go with them.
So is this what's happening?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd rather we make, if there's like some place, some sympathizer to Khaldun, someone we can stay with,
Yeah.
because I do want to observe people, like kind of see what's going on.
Yep. Okay, we can do that. Are you leaving today?
I've already kissed my wife and child.
Which means yes.
Your child is a cat, to be clear.
Honestly, I don't see the problem.
As there's somebody here that doesn't know that you're talking about a cat.
And I don't need, no, I mean, I still mean exactly what I say.
Okay.
All right. So you guys ready? You're walking to the edge of the plateau, and Malachi is feather falling you guys off. In terms of disguises and appearance, how are we pulling up?
Naked.
Great. Sounds awesome. You have studded leather now, Thaloran, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm making myself look kind of just like myself first, but
Okay.
just Kane.
Okay. So you're wearing blackface.
I have enough. I have some Kane in the family bloodline.
Somewhere way back there, like 1/32nd. But I guess we going by the one drop rule.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, Malachi's black. Got it.
We knew that.
The Kane aren't black. They're Arabic, but yeah, some of them are. Some of them are very dark.
Is there some sort of like battle skirt I could put on that would be long enough to cover up my legs without also looking really weird?
I don't know about a battle skirt, but you could just put on a robe. Like there are robes or cloaks. Well, I guess you kind of would need a robe. You'd have to fashion a robe into a skirt or something similar. I don't know.
I
it
don't
wouldn't
mean to
be a
like
battle
interrupt, but serious question. Can you
Yes.
hear the Hispanic students yelling in the background of my mic?
Very quietly.
Not really. It's like little ants.
Okay, good. I've turned my gain up, down. I made it so it's harder.
Okay.
So
Should I also be getting studded leather because my
You could.
armor? My armor of necrotic resistance half plate
Yeah.
is medium armor.
This
Yeah.
guy doesn't have medium
I
armor,
could.
master.
I think you got a feat at level 9, and I might have given you something random, so you could take medium armor master. I gave you an ability score improvement. If you take a feat, I can just give you medium armor master, which is one of the best feats. Check
I'll
this
probably
out.
do that. I have
Yeah,
no idea how
I
to
just
do that.
did it. It's done.
Oh.
Congrats.
I just.
That's it. You're done. You're good. I told you, medium armor master. I love medium armor master. It's one of my favorite feats. Okay. All right. So this group is dropping down into Tarshiv on Tuesday afternoon, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Khaldun says he will contact one of his buddies named Talos, who worked with him briefly in the Iron Skulls, but is not really associated with them. And he lives actually relatively close to the temple, which means you guys will be close-ish to the vault, staying with him. Okay. I think we can pretty much just run this out. I don't know if Orion. I guess Orion doesn't really need to disguise himself. You guys just are. You guys don't look normal. You're quite a group of people. Khaldun is debating painting himself gold. But instead, he will just cast Disguise Self. Doesn't work. Nah, he's just gonna. Yeah, he can keep it real simple. Disguise Self. He's turning himself into a brass dragonborn. So that's it. And I will just. I'll copy this and I'll just make him brassy colored. Ta-da! Brass Khaldun.
Whoa!
Pretty much.
We
enough
should
for
kill that
everybody.
guy. I don't
Yeah.
know that guy.
He's doing brass face.
Brass face. All right. You guys pull up to the familiar cliff where Osnek cast Featherfall, and Malachi, it is now your time to shine. While you rehearse your ritual, it's not quite as fast as Osnek, but in 2 minutes you all have Featherfall cast upon you, and
Wait,
you all...
wait,
Okay,
wait.
uh-huh.
I have a thing for this.
He has a thing for this. Okay.
Yes.
I think even before we move out, I'll cast Pass Without a Trace, and then when we
Probably a
get there,
good
I
idea.
can refresh it if I need to.
Yeah. Yep. Good call.
So, let's see. We pass other traits, but can you tell me something about where we're dropping down, right? Is it like just fully visible?
Yeah, but it's farmland. So the other 2 times that this has been done, one person has seen you, and the other time nobody saw you.
Okay.
It's possible that people will see you, but you're not dropping into a populated area. It's a bunch of farms, and like camels and like some pigs and other stuff. Actually, probably not pigs. Probably specifically not pigs. Well, what are those cattle called? Those high cattle? I don't remember. There's a specific word. But anyways. Yeah, Pass Without Trace lasts an hour. So it won't get you all the way to the edge, but it'll cover a good distance of your trek across the plateau. It's much shorter, since now you're just going across here. You do still have to cut through the woods. So it's realistically still like probably an 8-hour trip, because if I remember, it's still about 15 to 16 miles, if not 18.
Jesus.
So, like,
Well,
you guys are...
to be fair, I just
No,
didn't
then-
want to, leave.
I would say don't use it yet then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just do it when you get there or when you're ready to make your descent off the plateau.
Don't
But
say that one.
it'll take about 6 hours for you to get there. You'll pull up to the edge at 6 p.m., the edge of the woods, and you actually recognize the exact spot where you dropped off and had made a temporary camp before. Not like you left any evidence, but it's clear that your footprints are still there, undisturbed, mostly, just a little older. It is about 6 p.m. on Tuesday, at the very tail end of August. It is August 31st. We're about to go to a new month. Yay!
Can I
Perhaps we should
clean up the footprints that they've left?
Yes, you may.
Hide them a
may
little bit,
sweep
you
them
know, be
away.
a little sneaky.
You can
I'll do
take a branch off of one of the nearby brush and sweep away your footprints as best as you can, leading up to the trail. And you realistically could have been doing that for the past 20 minutes if you really wanted to. It's a little exhausting, but it's doable. It's very doable.
As much as I can.
Cool. And you don't need to roll for that. You can just do it.
Wow.
All right. So, what's next? We have arrived at the edge.
Well, we've been walking for 6 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Should we rest a bit?
You could long rest or you could short rest.
I think we can do a short rest and then try to get in there.
Try to get Orion in there specifically, or everybody go in.
You know what? Yeah, he can go in and do some more recon, and we can wait up here, make a small, wait a little bit.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
And then we
because
can all jump down.
he's not known in the city. He sticks out a little bit.
Did
Because
he give his earring to somebody else?
he gave his earring
Or-
to Vesper, but he would have taken it back at this point.
Yeah, what I mean
just for
is,
the day.
yeah.
He can give it to Malachi at this point, probably.
I can send, so I'm trying to give it to somebody else.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
maybe I don't know who. You can give it to
Give
Cagliari.
it to Cagliari.
Yeah, because we've done that before, so easy enough. All right.
Who
So
else even has pierced ears?
So Ryan's gonna go down and get a lay of the city before settling up somewhere. Presumably, he'll make his own way. All right, that sounds amicable to everyone.
I just realized that Kingy doesn't know who Thaloran is.
No, he has no clue. You guys were
That's
never
funny.
introduced. Maybe it's time. Maybe you guys would have introduced each other on the walk.
Well, no, while we're on the walk, but also while we're
here.
just sitting
We're
there.
just chilling. So, Kingy, you're here, right? He's dead. He's
I heard
dead.
someone
It-
say they'll be back. And I thought it was Brendan, but it might have been
Might have been
Julian.
Julian.
Well, one of us is here.
Well,
So I guess that answers that.
guess he hasn't met Thaloran yet. He will. It's fine. Anyways, Orion's going down into the city. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Time to make some rolls. That's better. So that's a 22 to start. And for investigation, a dirty 20. There we go. That's what I want from you, Orion. I shouldn't have given his dice away where he rolled 2 nat 20s in a row. Shame. Oh well, he's doing all right. Okay. Is he gonna come back up, or is he just gonna send the information to you in a little message?
Let him send. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it's. I don't think it's wise.
Got it. Okay, cool. I will get that message done shortly.
Right now, he's actually DMing me a picture of his feet.
Is that what I'm doing? I don't think
Pretty
I
sure.
don't think I'm doing that, actually.
Oh, I thought that's what Orion was doing. Okay.
I mean, if he wants to.
Okay. I'm 27. Okay, I can trim this one. Is that Julian?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I had to pee.
You're fine. Okay.
No, please. I encourage you. Don't hold it. Bladder issues are a real thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let Orion take a bit. I'll let that message cook. I was gonna say we just realized you don't know who Thaloran is, Kingy.
Who the fuck is the Lauren?
He's been walking with you. Let me pull him up.
Just turn to him real quick. Who are you again? It's like I know you've been walking with us, but like, who are you? Like, really?
You say that to him and not any of the other people you don't know?
Yeah, I mean you can
Well, he's
introduce
been
yourself to
introduced
Sable. He doesn't
to-
know Sable either.
Most of these people.
Wait, hold on. Who the fuck are you two?
Who's
What does Sable look like?
Sable looks like
Sable.
he's just a white man with a nice mustache and dark hair. Like all we have on him is his profile picture, as far as I know, unless Brendan has other stuff.
The profile
Whip out a
picture
little-
was default from.
Dude, it looks really good though. It feels like it fits.
It was just about the closest I could find, and I
Yeah.
looked through every single photo they had.
Yeah.
I open up a little notebook. Two. Close the notebook.
like a paler skinned white dude with black hair, and he's
All right.
got
Generic.
like a good mustache that's full. He's got he looks
Generic white
relatively thin, not starved, but like You know, like he could definitely use bigger meals.
Mm.
And he kind of looks like a little bit shady, but also somebody that you would trust most of the time.
Thorn is
Then there's this
Blurple.
guy. Blurple. He's wearing a blindfold and he has armor that is never dirty.
He's
Ever.
not wearing that right now.
That's true. He's not wearing that right now. Dang, that's a shame. He's
Take it
probably
off.
wearing garbage. All right.
Take off
He
all
takes
his
advantage of
clothes.
stealth.
Pull it up. Oh, that's not the right thing. Pull up his garbage. Take his pauldrons. Ugh, no drip. All right, what does he have now? Some piece of garbage leather armor. You give him a biker vest. I don't know. Anyways, that's the Lauren. Look weird.
So Kingy asked him who he was.
Yep.
Oh, my bad. I completely forgot. I'm Bloppletup. Born again.
Kind of like stare at him. Just like
You
'cause
realize
I know who that is, but I'm like, you know, Kingy's like, so that's two people who've come back from the dead now.
So I remember how I was made and controlled and destined by the Kuatoa, the fish people.
Yeah.
Well, long story short, I'm not anymore, and now I serve under the storm god Typhon, and I look like this. And my name is Thaloran.
weird
It's
story.
pretty neat, right?
I guess. Khaldun.
Just kind of stare
Yeah,
at him.
Khaldun, you're just
Staring
staring
at
at him like, what? The?
just like trying to like wrap my head around it.
And he just turns back to Malachi and goes, like I said, interesting collection of people.
Yes, I'm a firm believer that the eccentric are exceptional.
Time will tell if that is true.
Also, I have 84 hit points now. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, he took the
Feel pretty hyped about it.
the tough feat. He's built different now.
Bro,
I have 90. Get
Hey,
done.
all right,
Calm down.
Paladin, all right,
Let him
shut
have
up.
his moment in the sun.
67. The
I just wanted to say, guys, I'm really proud. I've come very far as a character. And I have 84. I have 90. Okay. All right.
I have 3 levels of rogue. They don't get a very big hit die.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, I have
All right, let's check the
14
Grodger hit
constitution.
points.
I
How many hit
gotta
points
work
does
hard for
Grodger?
this.
39.
13 AC too.
Oh, yeah.
I have 18 constitution. Ooh, you
My
are.
gosh. Okay.
A stiff breeze kills a man.
Calm down. You have 35 more hit points than a commoner. You'll be fine.
Your commoners aren't fighting dragons.
That's true. Okay, I can't argue with him there. All right. Orion sends back after several hours. He writes, "City in unrest. People asking about Khaldun. Lots of attention diverted from vault. Walked up to the temple and saw the entrance very quiet there."
In parkour civilization.
What was it? Did you say parkour civilization?
Don't acknowledge him. He's not in the room. He's a slave right now. He's not here.
A slave?
He's literally
Yeah.
enslaved right now. That's
I
what
didn't think we
you guys
could
are
do
going
that
to
anymore.
Well,
They
they
can't.
can in Tarshiv. I don't know. Well, I don't know if they can, but they just do it. They do it anyway.
Oh, fantastic.
Uh-oh. Sable has changed teams.
All right. What's next?
Cagliari, can you ask him if he can find somewhere we can lay low for a little while?
I'll ask him that.
Khaldun had already said that he has a connect, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Orion is gonna have to find somewhere to lay low for a while, but he can figure that out. He's an urchin. Any other questions for him?
No.
Okie dokie. He will
What
make a
what
way.
do guard patrols look like?
He didn't get that close to the gate.
Oh, I see.
But he can keep
Well,
an eye out on the road.
no,
if
I mean-
you ask him that.
I mean, like city guards.
Oh, they are. Oh, he'll just respond to this.
Is that the third one?
Yeah. Well, what do you mean the third one?
The third sending?
This is just the second one because that was her response to him.
Okay. Okay.
The suspense.
Oh yeah, and I didn't count this, so then I have to put this in my stupid word counter to make sure.
I found the full art from Tom Sable's
That's funny.
character thing.
There he is. That's him.
Protecting the Sultan's palace. Not much patrolling on the road leading to the vault or in the rest of the city. Cool. That's useful.
It was exactly 25. I'm goated. I didn't even count.
This guy's sauced.
I'm big like that. All right. That's all. Anything else? All right. So we're just taking a short rest, correct? For now? Okay. At the end of the short rest, it will be 8 p.m. on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So what's next?
So-called freakers. So-called freakers. So-called freakers.
There's an echo in here.
How about we're short resting? What if we wait till it's a little darker, and that's when we go?
And no one will see you float down the cliffside? Yep.
Well, very few people will.
They shouldn't. Well, people, if it's light out, will maybe see you float down the cliffside. If it's dark out, it's impossible. It's literally impossible. So, wait till like 10 p.m. Is that good?
Yeah, I guess we can take naps in the meantime.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, easily.
Do we take food, like...
Yes.
Or were there, like, fruit trees and stuff on the way?
I'm assuming you have taken food. There are not... Well, actually, you could have gone through the forest. The Learned a little more familiar with it. You could have picked some stuff in the forest while you were going through. Some nuts and some berries that Thorn knows are good from experience and seeing them.
Yeah, these nuts.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I was assuming that you'd been given some food, probably from leftover of Sage's provisions. Some of your bland pizza rolls or whatever they are today. I didn't check the cafeteria schedule.
Well, we are hungry guys.
You are hungry guys. What happened to my hungry guys? Anyways, it's a reference. It's basically one of the greatest skits ever made. But anyways.
I'll be honest, I didn't really appreciate that.
Too bad. Okay. 10 p.m. We're going down the cliffside, I presume. So now we're at the point where Malachi casts Featherfall on everybody.
So I take 2 minutes.
Yep.
And after I trace the sigils in the air, I'm going to say Pluma Descendat. And then there's going to be like a silver glow that like shoots out of my locket like a gentle breeze.
Like a gentle breeze. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it just cradles us as we leap off.
Yep. Okay.
As we leap off the cliff.
You're being cradled. Great. Okay. You make your way down the side of the mountain, gently falling, and of course with just enough time.
As they're falling, it looks like little dragon wings on everybody's back.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're a nerd.
Thank you.
All right. So everybody's got dragon wings. I guess it's called Featherfall, but we got wings up in this.
No, they don't. It's just the magic looks like that.
Yeah, well, that effectively means that that's what they have. It's a lot of creative liberty, but I guess I'll allow it just because this guy's a draconic sorcerer or whatever.
No, that's not true. It's just the magic looks like that. It doesn't mean you have wings.
Well, no, I'm not saying. I'm just saying it's a lot of creative liberty with the presentation of the way the spell looks. That I don't know.
Let him have it.
I'm saying I'll let him have it. I'm just saying it's a little presumptuous.
Wow, what a killjoy.
Yeah. So actually, I don't like the wings idea. So I clip all of your wings off and you all fall to your death. So reroll new characters because
when I cast Featherfall, we get modern parachutes.
See,
that's right.
See
that's
now that.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, no comment.
I think
all right,
each character should be able to do it. Yeah.
A philosophical discussion for another time and not relevant to any gameplay. You descend the cliff, and in the cover of night, no one is going to see or suspect you, but you do drop in a field just short of the northern road on Tarshiv, and the 6 of you are ready to head out. Orion, at this point, is probably lurking somewhere by the farmland and will meet you on the road on your way back, if that makes sense. And you'll say, "Hello all, did you have a pleasant trip?"
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great.
I just thought about it. I never tested out the spell myself, so
Well, it worked
Yeah.
for me, and I would have told you if I was dying. So,
all right. Now let's find a place that we can get into.
yes, Talos doesn't live far from here, and, well, I hope he hasn't moved. I hope he hasn't moved. And he begins taking the lead. All right, I don't feel like switching maps, so I'm just not gonna. It's a theater of the mind kind of day until we get to the vault. Khaldun leads you
D&D.
down the path, veering eventually to a left down a back street that even Cagliari hasn't been before. You're starting to recognize the surroundings, haven't been here quite a few times now, but you quickly get lost in a maze of smaller houses until eventually you get to a house that's 2 stories tall with a nice sloped roof, which is a rare thing in this place. Most of these are very simple
sorry.
boxes. Yes.
One quick thing. What is the weather here like?
It's
right now.
dry and
Is
cold.
it windy at all?
Not super windy, but it's pretty cold. Like, it's like
Okay.
40 degrees.
Okay, because I know we have Pass Without Trace on us. I just wanted
Yes.
to assist with it by using Minor Illusion to kind of like, I guess, I don't know how I could do something to kind of muffle the sound of our footfalls.
Pass Without Trace already does that.
Okay,
Like, that's included in the spell, because it's giving you a +10 to stealth checks.
okay,
So,
sweet.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm kind of the goat.
Yeah, Pass Without Trace is one of the best spells in the game, and I will stand by that.
Oh, you know what? Actually, do we... Frig.
Wow. Yeah?
Oh, it is everybody in a 30-meter radius. Okay, yeah,
Yes,
never mind.
yes.
We're good.
Yeah, you're totally fine. So,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
yep. The responsible thing to do. So as you veer off to the edge of where the remaining houses are, before there's a substantial gap between them and the mountain, you reach a property with a ranch in the back, a simple gated fence containing 2 camels and a few desert cattle. I guess they're effectively just cows. I cannot think of the word I'm looking for. There's a specific breed of cattle, but I'm not asking the intern that right now.
You
I
like
just don't feel like it.
steers, longhorns?
Pretty much. Not like longhorns,
Dog.
but yeah, dog. That's it. Could this be dog? You pull up to the house, and Khaldun says, "All right, just to make sure that he still lives here. I mean, I think those are his cows, right? Let me just stay back for 1 second." And he walks up to the door, and then he gently knocks on it. It is late. There's no response. He looks around. He gently knocks again. And eventually, coming to the door is a bronze dragonborn. How in the world am I going to get bronze? What does bronze even look like? Yeah, sure. Okay. That's too brown. Yeah, no. More yellow. I don't care.
Wow,
I really don't care.
hurtful.
I really don't care. All right. Coming up the door is a bronze dragonborn. And he says, "Who is it? Khaldun?" And Khaldun goes, yes, don't mind the disguise. He goes, "How are you here? Are you not in danger?" "Well, I am in danger." He goes, "Can I stay with you for a little while?" Yeah. Who are these people? "Oh, these are my associates."
I just start walking in and tap him on the shoulder. Thanks for having us.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
All right. Where persuasion is? 20.
Yeah, okay. He just goes, "Oh, yes, my pleasure. If anything for an old friend, come quickly." And he gestures for you all to enter his house. As you all pile in, he says, I don't exactly have much room for you. You can all just sleep in the common area, but it's going to be tight. I also don't have much in the way of food. I apologize.
No, do not worry.
I am Talos. If Khaldun has not already given you my name, welcome.
Talos, interesting.
Yes. So, I suppose make yourselves at home. May I inquire what exactly is going on? I assumed you had skipped town. Well, I have business to wrap up before that happens, but it's probably not off the table. We're gonna have to do some things and tie up some loose ends regarding the guild before I fully set off. And there's some people I'm hoping to see if they haven't already been arrested. I really am. Anyways, yes. Thank you for your hospitality, as always. Yes. Anything for you. You know that. But should I even ask questions? No. Great. I am going to go to bed then. Don't make a mess, and good night, everyone. Okay. And he heads off upstairs. And he goes, "Whoa, praise Bahamut for Talos." All right, well, we at least have.
I don't know. I'm imagining Kingy and I are both kind of like, he says praise Bahamut, and we both like make like a sign of the cross type thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Well, we have a safe house. So, there's that.
Are there any people out and about in the streets at all, or no?
Not really. You heard whispers coming from all over the place. People are awake, and it's because there's a lot of noise coming from the center of the city, and it's carrying out here.
All right. Is there anybody who can be stealthy enough that I kind of want to go check it out?
Well, you could just go check it out.
I'm pretty sure you have an entire group that can be stealthy enough.
Granted, with Pass Without Trace, yeah.
Yeah, with Paths Without Trace, but if like, let's say it's a gathering of people, we want to make sure it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we can all go.
Possibly. I mean, I think Orion will probably stay behind. Khaldun is not going anywhere. Like, he's not taking any risks.
He can't at all.
So Khaldun's chilling. Orion's chilling because he's already been out on the city, so he doesn't want to. If anybody's already seen him, he doesn't want to be seen again.
I'm gonna adjust what I look like a little bit, so I don't look as much like me. But I still look like a native of Tarshiv.
Okay. All right, so are the 5 of you planning on going out and investigating?
I might. I want to stay.
You don't have to go.
I know. But it's interesting, and I want to see how that life is like here.
It's true. You haven't seen much of it as Brendan, and definitely not as Sable.
He's been locked in a fucking room for like 2 months.
He's finally seeing the light. There's things.
Dude.
Yeah.
See, I want to go, but
probably.
So what are we just like going around looking at the city? What are we doing?
You heard a noise from the city square. There's like there's people like shouting. It's not discernible because it's far away, but it's loud enough that it tells you there's a lot of people on that side of the city, and they're not happy.
Thorn wants to go check it out.
So Thorn and Malachi at the very least. Sable staying back. Cagliari staying back? Question mark.
Sable's going, dude.
He's going.
If they'll let him. Let him.
Yeah. No problem with. I just wanted to make sure it's not a thing where people might feel like they have to and jeopardize anything.
Yeah.
I want to go. Is it alright if I go?
All right, group trip.
Yes. Just
okay.
Can we help make sure Cagliari look
Put her in the
like,
center, make sure she doesn't look weird, and yeah.
and I'll do what I can, like even with minor illusion to
Yeah.
like make like her legs look a little more. You know what I mean?
So much work.
I do have some sort of robe
She
or
put on a
something.
skirt or a robe, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since groups are kind of weird, Florin's gonna go ahead since people also don't really know him
Yeah.
like at all because he's fresh off the
Okay.
printer.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Real.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys making your way towards the city center?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. As you grow closer to the Great Spring, the noise gets louder. Although the streets are mostly empty, there are many people in the nicer houses surrounding the Great Spring that are looking out and discussing on their rooftops, on their patios, and well, basically like they have some roofs, some open roofs that they're sitting down. Some people look at you, but they're really not paying attention to you. It's clear that the city is preoccupied, and so
These
there's
people is this like a more affluent section?
by the
Oh
Great
my God,
Spring.
so
Yes,
loud.
I'm sorry, I'm turning it down. I just had to start it. The Great
just
Spring
heard-
is one of the most affluent sections. If you have a house near the Great Spring, you are rich. Period.
Okay, so I'm looking for some people who look like maybe either noble or like, you know, is
There are some
wanna kinda-
houses here that are gated. There are some who have guards outside, private guards. Two you recognize as members of the Black Hand Caravan. Cagliari would, anyways. They're wearing that garb, and they seem to be
I
guarding the
imagine
house.
I imagine she would tell us.
Yeah.
Probably, yep. Now, this could mean that they're...
No.
It could mean that that's a Black Hand building, or it could mean that they're just protecting that noble. You do see some nobles on a second floor roof discussing. You actually see a platter of grapes, and they are hushedly chattering while passing around their goblets and looking over towards and past the bazaar as you guys are walking by. But there's no one out on the streets for you to talk to. The streets here are empty.
Okay, and they just look like regular members of, like regular Tarshiv people.
They don't look. I mean, they're rich, but you
No,
know,
no, no. But
they
what I
don't-
mean, like, ethnically.
Yeah, no, they don't look like foreigners.
Okay.
They look like natives.
What color their skin?
Brownish.
All right, I'm gonna like tip my. Well, I'm not gonna do anything to kind of draw attention to us, but I'm just, I'm doing all I can to kind of like pay attention to any of this stuff.
Okay.
I'm looking at what type of jewelry they wear specifically.
You can't roll perception.
Okay, cool.
They're on a roof.
They're on a
It's
roof.
Not,
No,
not like
you're
you-
fine.
Yeah, okay.
Nope, I agree. But there's a chance.
Holy shit, I'll be back.
Well, table's gone.
Sable is an RA.
It wasn't.
14.
You are unable to discern any jewelry if they're wearing it. I mean, one of them is wearing a ring, but that's literally all you can make out.
Okay. I think for me, I'm more saying I want to know like the style of jewelry, like what they wear and stuff here.
Okay.
That's more what I'm thinking. So like if I have
Got
to do
it.
a disguise later,
Got it.
I don't do something that's like, why is he wearing that? That doesn't make
Jewelry
sense.
is big here.
Yes,
Gold is
okay.
big. This is the city of gold. Even if the gold is fake, things that look gold are in. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm
it.
moving. I'm moving here at some point.
Yeah.
We're near the city center right now, right?
You are passing
Yeah.
through the Great Spring, yes.
Okay. Big question.
Yep.
Was Lizzie wearing anything that she probably would still be wearing? Like an earring or anything?
Ooh.
Because I have locate object.
Yeah, you have locate object.
Right. Let me
What a champ.
check her character sheet real quick.
Well,
I can tell you she doesn't wear jewelry. You know what you remember? You remember that she had juggled. So she had balls that she juggled. In terms of her clothes, they were fairly plain, nondescript. It's not like she had a nose ring or anything. I'm trying to think. It's difficult. She did have a staff, like a quarterstaff. But that's it. It's juggling balls and a quarterstaff are the objects that you could look for.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you'll let that be enough to cast the spell, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, juggling balls or her staff.
I'll choose the juggling balls, I guess.
Okay. I don't remember how locate object works, so time to go find that out.
Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. You sense the direction to the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet of you.
1,000 feet? Oh, okay.
Mhm.
No. Well, I guess it's active for 10 minutes, so I'll just say as of now, no.
Okay.
All right. Are we still walking towards the palace?
Yeah, but so you said, was there like a big gathering? Are we there yet or no?
No,
Or
you're
is
not.
all of
That's
this towards
theoretically
Okay.
at the palace, which you
Okay.
will have to turn. You actually won't be going towards the bazaar. You're actually going to turn right on the road to the palace, and it'll probably come in view very shortly. You just have to go up a hill, and then you'll probably see everything. So as you continue, and you make your way, splitting from the path to bazaar, but instead staying straight instead of veering left, you approach the edge of the wall that sort of encapsulates the forward area of the palace. It's not fully walled off, but it basically holds the land in place. It's been terraformed in a way, and it locks off this section of the palace walkway from the bazaar and the caravanserai, which are below it by maybe 30 or 40 feet. And as you make your way up, you see there is a massive crowd of people outside of the palace at the gate with a locked portcullis, and guards are standing on the wall shouting, and some of them are throwing down gas bombs at people who are backing up, but then as the gas disperses, very quickly filling that gap. People are screaming. They are throwing things, fruit and other things. Nobody has actually, it seems like, drawn weaponry yet, but the crowd is in an uproar. Some are just chanting like, "Give us Khaldun! Give us Khaldun!" And one of the guards is like, "Khaldun is not under arrest. He is not in possession." And it's just getting completely drowned out by the crowd. They're not in possession of Khaldun. They're saying that the guards are like, "We do not know where he is. He is not under arrest." And people are screaming about the Iron Skulls. And they're just not even like, there's some people that are like, "How am I gonna get my silverware?" Because there are members of the Iron Skulls dispersed amongst the crowd, one of whom Cagliari recognizes as one of the men that greeted her at the door before Khaldun showed up. And he looks a little manic. He's out of his clothes, but you recognize his green eyes. Like he's not wearing his Iron Skulls gear.
Oh.
He's naked.
So, no.
He's naked.
He's not wearing his Iron Skulls garb. He's just dressed in street clothes and thin, flat-soled shoes and shorts and a nice shirt with a gold necklace. But he looks at you, and I don't even know if he's gonna see you. Honestly, like his eyes pass over. No, his eyes pass over you, and he doesn't even see you. He's just making his way through another section of the crowd.
We're rioting and naked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I go up to like someone who looks like not that frantic?
Yeah. Off to the side, closer to the wall overhanging the 30 or 40 feet overlooking the bazaar, there are a group of people who are just discussing by the wall. A woman sitting down and two men around her. One seems to be her husband, the other somebody else.
Yeah, I'd like to sidle up with them and kind of like inch closer, like occasionally looking like I'm trying to get in on their conversation, but also like I'm trying to give them their space.
Okay. Well, the woman says, I just don't understand how this all happened so quickly. I mean, we had just had a delivery a few days ago, and now all of my goods, I can't get anything. All of my imported dyes. My business is gone in a day. And her husband is just like consoling her. And this other guy's like, oh, that sounds crazy. This and that. And so they begin talking. And he says, well, I mean, I've experienced the same thing. I mean, my pens, half of them are imported. Kelly, you realize this is the pen salesman. This is the guy who had the shop. Do I even have his name? It's probably recorded somewhere.
I don't even know if you gave him a name.
I don't know if I gave him They never gave me a name. Let's find out. Let's do a little bit of reading. I mean, it doesn't matter. If I don't remember his name, you don't remember his name. And that's the important thing.
You're telling me I don't remember Penman?
No, it's definitely not his name. Whatever it was.
I don't remember it.
Whatever
Sounds
it was.
like his name. Sounds like his name to me.
Penman? Yeah, you know what? Penman goes, the same thing has happened to me. All of my imported pens, some of my great goods. I have the rock pen still. The rock people love the rock pen. But all of the ink that was imported, that was a big seller. And I got that at great prices. And I do not, my entire mother is going to have to shift with this. Unless we can bring this back. I'll run the caravan myself if I need to. But that ship is blah blah. And they begin talking about Destin and this and that. So these are business owners. And they're relying on what Khaldun was bringing them to service their markets.
So I'm going to say, hello. I have been traveling for some time, and now I am very confused as to what is happening in the city.
Ugh, another foreigner. What do you expect? You do not belong here. Go away. Go away.
No, I am not. I certainly do not look like a foreigner.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I have just been traveling for I've just been traveling for a very long time.
What?
I am very confused to return and see the city in this I don't know, this uproar.
Wait, so you live here? You have not been told of Khaldun?
It has been some time. I have been, as I said, it has been some time since I have returned.
Well, they have dissolved the Iron Skull. Surely you know what that means?
No, oh, gosh. This is terrible news.
Right, roll performance.
He's blowing his cover hard.
This is terrible news. I'm going to subtle spell hex him.
Okay. Hex his insight.
I'm gonna hex his insight, buddy.
Okay.
You need a performance from me?
Yep, or a deception.
You know what? I'll save my hex. 21.
Okay, that beats his 16. It takes you a bit, but it looks like you were just shocked. Not that you were shocked that you had to quickly pivot course, but you were shocked at the bad news. And then they all go, yes, it's terrible, it's terrible.
It is very terrible news. What happened? Where is Khaldun? Is he alright?
That is what we are all asking. He has not been seen. They say that they do not have him, but I do not believe him. The Sultan is a liar like his father. Yes, can't trust that boy. Can't trust that boy. Came to the throne too quickly, and look what he's done with it.
Well, in the time I have traveled, I have heard of many young people who have had, unfortunate circumstances, and unfortunately it seems that the era of his forefathers has fallen upon him.
It is a shame. It is a shame, yes. The boy is just not fit to run the city. And clearly this is good for no one. I have a mind to take my business and go elsewhere. But there is no
friend,
market.
Before you go, I have a question. I seem to have heard that there were some strange restrictions and rules on some of the trade. As is this as a result of the Sultan in the recent years, or is this part of the reason Khaldun has been so necessary recently?
It is the tariffs, yes. The taxes that I have had to pay on these dyes are outrageous. I'm still making a profit, but barely scraping by. And my husband is working too many hours as is. And he's been supportive, but I don't think I can do it anymore. This is the last straw. I can't trust anybody else to get these goods to me. It's terrible. Truly terrible. It is not the rules, it is the taxes. The taxes are the worst. All of the imports coming from Guardian, it's ridiculous. But of course, if we get them from the Sultan, going to the same port from the same location, the tariff is not applied. But he does not have the same goods. The quality is not there. He says that he has these connections, but they are not legitimate.
This is unfortunate. Is there no one that the Sultan listens to? Someone that the people agree with?
No one. That has been the problem. He listens only to his uncle. Oh, terrible man. Terrible man. He beat up my nephew at one point when he'd gotten in trouble. My nephew, he worked for the Sultan at one point when he was a guard, but he quit. After 3 weeks, he quit. He got punched by that brute of his uncle. He's a terrible man.
Yes, it seems corruption has fallen upon our beautiful city.
They hit you with the
Well, I do not mean to take all your time, but I truly do pray that this turns around somehow.
If you have any business in the city, I tell you, go back to your travels, or you have very little options. Things look very, very bad unless something changes now.
Well, my family has left some time ago, and I have only come to see how things have been left during the time that we have been gone. But now it appears that it may be best if we stay away from Tachiv. But I still always hold on to hope. Hey, DM, do I know what god is a god of Tarshiv? Like, what are they into?
Roll history with disadvantage.
What was that funny?
I know he said, wasn't it Para?
Okay, fine. Roll history with roll history straight because it was brought up by Khaldun.
Okay. It's an 11.
Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. You remember the name. You don't remember who the god is or what he or she looks like. You just remember Para.
Okay, well, I pray that Para's fortune allows ours to shift.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, you picked the right word for that one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they both say, agreed, yes. One can only hope.
And if you don't mind me asking, ma'am, you do not sound... Are you not native to Tashiv?
No, I've lived here a long time, but I married in. My name is Lydia.
Lydia,
She's
and
pale.
your husband?
She changed colors. I don't care. Yes, my husband is Stefango.
Stefango. And you, sir?
I am, they didn't give me a name. I am just a shopkeeper. My name is Penman now. Penman!
Hello, Penman. Very good to make your acquaintance.
I'm pretty sure I was given a name, but I don't have it written down, so it is lost to history. Probably more like this, but I don't care. No, I don't know. I don't know how to spell Stefango. You know what I'm trying. You know, like it's like I don't know.
I've never heard this name in my life.
You know, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, actually, I had a thing for this. Hold on, let me retcon this. I literally have a page pulled up for this exact moment.
Gotcha.
Pramad, there we go. His name's Pramad.
Wow.
It's much better. See, I have the name generators ready. They're here. They're right here. I just need to remember to use them.
Well, it's good to meet you all, fellow merchants. I am Rashid.
Rashid, of course. Right. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rashid. Yes, very, very good. I pray that Parak guides you in these trying times, in whatever your endeavors may be. Are you a businessman?
Well, of sorts.
Of sorts.
Yes, my family for a very long time we dealt in trade, but we also dealt for a while in the development of organizations. Guild making, guild creating, connections, this sort of thing.
Very
Yes.
good. And you did this in Tarshiv or on your travels?
I did this on my travels.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes.
Have you spent time in the Grafton?
No, I have not, but I did find myself in a curious little corner of Mandril, and it is known as Halpot. It's a little beautiful place. I tell
never
you,
heard
if you
of
ever
Wait,
if you ever
this-
find yourself in Halpot, I've heard that there is a beautiful little inn. Please make sure to visit it. I actually helped
the plug.
incorporate.
That's very. That is the
beautiful
East
place.
Coast. On the East Coast, yes.
Yes, on the
Never-
East Coast, it is
Shocking. I've
Very
never been to
simple.
the East Coast. Yes.
very simple, not overproduced at all. It is exactly what I have heard many people are looking for. It seems to be a little fishing village.
What is
and
the
so-
so it's fishing? Is a fishing?
a little, yes, but they have been revolutionizing the way
Are
they do
they
things
are
now.
they literate over there? Do they read? Do they write?
Very few of them, but the people who are in charge of the people in charge, they are able to read and write.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
There's this place, it's called Compton. Oh, it's so beautiful. The people around this right here, they go straight out into Compton.
I'm hoping if they had any doubts about me being like a salesperson, that should have been like,
I mean, that does it. No persuasion roll required on that one. Unless you want to persuade, you have to persuade to actually get them to go to Halpud. You can roll that persuasion, but they're certainly
Okay.
not doubting your.
look at the help
authenticity.
it. Yeah. All right, let's look at the help it. Put some money in my coffers. Let's go. 18.
18. Okay. Lydia turns to Pramod and quietly says something, and he goes, yeah, And Pramod nods. That's it.
Yes, well, very good to meet you. I will take my leave now.
Okay. You take your leave. What has the rest of the group been doing while Smart Man has been smarting?
Okay, so all right, so this is how you play dice, guys. Listen, so
In the middle of the mob.
Yeah, we're playing dice in a mob.
Oh yeah. Sitting down, crisscross applesauce, playing dice in the street. Real. Okay. I mean, yeah.
When I find them, I'm
just a
gonna,
slave over here.
lean
I
over.
actually, with
Okay, go ahead.
with locate object ticking, I might have taken a walk.
Okay.
Tried not to walk anywhere too peculiar. Stick to main roads and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Where would you go?
Just towards the vault, but not like up to the front door.
Right.
Like,
But making your way over by the temple.
yeah.
Okay. As you're making your way over by the temple on your quiet walk where the sounds of the angry mob is mostly faded, you detect the juggling ball.
Which
It is-
direction?
It is north, seemingly along the road, closer by the temple, which you recall is where Lizzie's tent was.
Oh, so she doesn't have the monitor, does she?
Well, you can find out.
I guess I'll go to where I remember her tent being, unless would that be somewhere suspicious for me to be going?
Not really. It's right off a main
Okay.
road. All right.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay. As you walk up, you notice the balls calling to you, or whatever they are doing, from the back of a wagon, loaded up with a few small crates and what appears to be, it looks like trash, the remnants of her tent, theoretically, just stored on the side of the road in this unguarded wagon marked as belonging to the Sultan. There's nobody around the wagon itself. The streets are dead empty, minus a few people in tents by the road. But it seemed like a lot of the tents that were here have been swept up and discarded, and Lizzie's stuff is among those things.
Does it look like there's anything important that would belong to her that she would probably want back?
In the trash wagon, not much, but there is her quarterstaff you find. Buried, well, technically. Roll investigation.
I'm really good at that, actually.
Yeah, just roll higher than a 10, please.
I rolled an 11.
Oh, thank goodness. You do find her quarterstaff. It takes a little digging. It blends in partially with some of the broken rods of her tent and some of the other trash, effectively, that's been thrown in here. But her quarterstaff is at the bottom of the wagon. You don't know if it would be of serious value to her, but it's one of the only other things you recognize as hers.
Well, does it look like anybody's looking at me?
No, not really.
Then
Well,
I'll grab it.
Yeah, no, nobody cares.
I mean, I'm kind of like robbing a garbage truck right now. It's kind of like...
pretty much, effectively. So.
All right, and that's the only real thing of interest in here.
Yeah, pretty much. It looks. Okay. Look this up. Let me look this up real quick. Does this not have a picture? I guess it doesn't.
I mean, I could grab the juggling balls as well. I mean, why not?
You could. I mean, there's nothing stopping you for sure. Funny. Okay. You're probably smart enough to realize this. You pick up the staff and you gain a +1 to your armor class.
Oh.
It has protection magic imbued in it. You can also, well, roll an Arcana check.
Famously good at that as well. 8 minus 1, 7.
Okay, you're pretty sure you need to attune to it to understand what else it does, but on its base, it has some form of protection magic in it.
Cool.
All right.
Well,
anything else?
No. I mean, unless there's anything else interesting in the cart, then no. I'll head back.
It's pretty much garbage. All right. You make your way back to find. I guess the other three are playing dice on the ground. And Malachi's just made his way back over.
Yeah, I'm just filling them. I'm just filling them in on, like, what I heard, and just kind of. It's just like. It's pretty much things that we know, but I'm imagining that with the tariffs thing, that's the interesting part to me.
All right. Anything else we want to do here?
Sable would be gambling, so...
So we're putting money on this game is what I'm hearing.
All right, Sable Thorn. What are we betting?
How much money do I have?
It's Sable, Thaloran, and Kingy.
Yeah, Kingy can join in.
Oh, yeah.
Gambling?
Oh, yeah. You
No,
gamble?
I really only have 10 gold. This sucks.
Man, you're broke.
How much gold do I have?
I put my whole
277.
Guys, how do we gamble?
All right, it's really easy.
I'll just match Sable.
You roll a d20 based on either your intelligence or your charisma modifier. You take that. And whoever gets the highest wins.
All right.
+0 and +0.
Yeah, your pick, Kingy.
Intelligence.
So we also roll intelligence?
Yep. Well, or charisma, your choice.
Okay. I didn't win.
I rolled a 2.
Okay, great.
I rolled the nat 20.
All right, Sable just took you both to the cleaners, and you both lose 10 gold, which is the maximum he can gain. Sable now has 30 gold.
All right, that's enough gambling for me.
Yep, all done.
Wealth transfer.
Me.
Wow, this was really productive.
Anytime I gamble, I
Sable
do.
just
All right.
tripled his
We're
income.
Sable is now
Generational wealth.
Just just out of curiosity, did Sable play fair, or did he have some tricks he was using?
You'll never know.
Good answer. Good answer. All right, well, that's gambling. What's next?
Let's go gambling.
So there is something I'm kind of wanting to see. Like, I want to get close enough to see like the guards. These are the palace guards, clearly. I'm paying attention to their uniforms and stuff.
Gold helmets, yellow tassel on top of the gold helmets, golden epaulettes on the side, tan undergarment, sandals, scimitars and short bows, and a aquamarine sash, which is extremely visible, going across their waist.
Okay. Are there any guards like standing away, or any guard like? Are there any guards that I would be able to like approach?
Stuff has progressed to the point where a number of people have dispersed. There is a mist hovering in the air. You guys have you've kind of not seen all of this. I mentioned that they were throwing gas bombs down there. They were basically throwing little cobbled together jars, shall we say, like little clay round, whatever you call them. They explode with purple gas spewing out, and people start coughing and hacking and reeling. There are some people that are on the ground. Some people are foaming at the mouth. A number of people are unconscious and have been dragged away. And the crowd has started dispersing with a number of the Sultan's guards brandishing dual scimitars and sort of shoving people back. And so there's not as many people now as there were before.
Can I try to catch one of the bombs they throw?
They haven't thrown any in super recent times.
Yeah,
but there's still lingering mist over where they've been thrown.
Stick with me here. Might be a bad idea.
Why?
Like a fart in your face.
Okay.
Carter's not here, so he can't give his
can't do it. You're a slave. You don't have rights. You don't have rights right now.
Shut up.
You don't get to play the game because we hate you.
All I'm saying is,
it's been great, guys.
all I'm saying is, gas bombs don't work on someone that doesn't breathe. All I'm saying, I could try to catch it.
Yeah, but it's like the bog of infinite stench.
Ooh, that's a rough one. Ooh, don't want that.
Lauren taps Malachi on the shoulder. I think it would be best if we don't dawdle here.
Yeah, we should.
Yes, I agree. I wanted to talk to a guard, perhaps I can get some information, and I promise we'll head back.
Okay.
Are you going up?
Yeah, I just want to talk to one guard, one who kind of looks like off to himself, kind of just like if there's any like that.
They're all on edge. There is one guy off, but he's further back, because here's the problem. The guards who are actively involved are threatening people and pushing them back. And then there's another guy off to the side who looks a little nervous, and he's not involved, but he's behind the forward line of guards who are pushing people back.
So as I walk up, I'm going to pull my hood over my face, like bend down.
Okay.
And then when I come up, I have a different face.
Okay.
And I'm going to start yelling, "Get back, hooligans! Get back!"
What's your face?
And kind of like be like, I'm. These people are crazy. Why can't they listen to you?
Gonna beat them.
This guy's crazy.
Okay. Roll.
Sable's gonna walk a little ways away and just pretend he doesn't know anybody in there.
I'll go with him.
Should have done that a while ago, Chief.
Yeah, Sable sees Malachi do that, and he's like, I'm gonna go wander this way.
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You are.
I got 18 both times.
Okay. All right. As they're shooing people back, how close are you getting to this guy?
Not super close. I'm just kind of like almost like walking towards him and turning back, like if I'm trying to tell people to come on.
Okay. So you're telling
this
people.
Is not wise.
You're telling people to disperse. Okay. As people are seeing you tell them to disperse, some argue against you, going, "It's unjust. It's not fair. What are you on their side? What are you?"
I agree, but this helps no one, and they are trying to do their jobs. Come on.
All right.
It is late. Let us go to sleep, all of us.
As the rest of the crowd peters out and is dissuaded by the gas bombs, the remaining people who want to confront the guards are being held back by you, and the crowd pretty much fully disperses at this point, and everybody's gone. It was about an hour, maybe 2 hours of ruckus, but it's all over now. All right. And the guards slowly lower their weapons as people walk off, but are still looking on.
And I'm going to do a thing where I put my hands on my hips and I'm like shaking my head like, come on, really?
Right. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm going to need a performance check, please.
Oh.
This is self-inflicted.
15.
Okay. All right. One of the head guards just walks up and says, "You, get out of here. Go home."
Yes, I will. I will. I only wanted to help. You know, we are all on the same team.
We are not. Go home, scum.
Objectively not.
I'm gonna subtle spell detect thoughts.
Okay. Little rat.
And then I'm gonna say, I only had one question. I promise. I leave.
We're not taking questions. Go home now. And he draws his blade.
All right. What am I hearing? I'm trying to surface thoughts. Is it just kind of like get out of here, or
pissed off and a little bit scared? His heart beats really fast.
Okay. I will leave. You just seem a little bit scared, but please, I mean no harm. I will leave.
Get out!
I start walking away.
Yeah. All right, he lowers his blade. Da-da-da-da-da. All right. Are we headed back?
Sure.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that we should all start wearing a single piece of jewelry, right? So that I could cast locate object and find you, right? Just everyone choose just one piercing that they want to get.
Okay.
If I hear this, I'm telling them you can just use my locket.
Well, yeah, but like,
oh, you want
that's less fun.
I got it. I do have a pierced ear though. You want me to get another one?
Pierce the other ear so you have a Cagliari ear.
No. You know what if we? I'm still in the accent.
He's got a code switch. Hold on.
What if we all got earrings, sort of, or at least some sort of, you know, just like I went to Tashiv with my friends on a mission, and this is all I got, you know.
I'm also considering like maybe carving someone's initials into like a rock or something, and they can just keep that rock like in their bag, or maybe like a piece of paper. But I'm afraid that's gonna get wet or something.
I would be more willing to do the rock. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was insane. Can you beat them?
Was that a human being?
Yeah.
College students. No, not even high school students.
No, yeah, high school.
Boarding high school students.
Sorry, where was I? Oh. I would be more willing to do the rock. I just don't feel good defiling my body.
That's okay.
The Lauren can also take locate creature.
Okay, well, I can't, so not yet.
Okay, Talos isn't even here. I don't know why he's in the circle.
Can't believe you named someone Talos.
Why is that weird?
It's a man
Elder
god
Scrolls
from Elder
god.
Scrolls.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Well, I thought DeLorean was kind of named a little bit because of like Talassa or something, so I was like, interesting if there's some kind of connection.
No. It's Talos because Talos is the bronze guardian, and he's a bronze dragonborn. So.
All I'm saying is locate creature, 4th level spell. Locate object, 2nd level spell. Just putting that out
Cheaper
there.
to carry a rock, but only 1,000 feet.
They're both 1,000 feet.
Okay, then the look it up just kind of better.
Well, could you not
Look it up to guys an hour
could you not just look at something that we already
per
own?
creature.
Like just have a list of something that we already.
Well, yeah. Just the issue was that I just was trying to find Lizzie, and I found her stuff, but I didn't find her. Is Khaldun actually here?
I mean, he can be if you guys are back at the house having this conversation. Yeah.
Well, yeah. If he's here, I'll give him her stuff.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. He just looks sad.
Sorry. Hey. I mean, I tried.
Where'd you find it?
It was in a trash wagon over by where her tent used to be.
A letter that says "I hate Khaldun."
He just rubs his hand over his eyes and is like, oh. All right. Thank you.
You
I mean, we'll keep trying. I just did. This was plan A.
Well, we know more now than we did before. Where exactly was the wagon?
Over where her tent used to be.
Just the same spot, right by it. Nobody saw you take it from the wagon?
I looked around. I didn't see anybody looking. And it's like, digging through it's dumpster diving. Like,
yeah. Well, very well.
So what's our next
All
move?
melting.
Well, I guess we can discuss that now. I would still like to make my way to the interior. I'll scale the walls from the outside if need be. It doesn't look too difficult of a climb.
Can I share some of what I discovered?
Certainly. Yes.
Okay. Because I want to hear from Khaldun at some point, not now, but about when those tariffs and taxes went in place, because I want to know if they line up with, like, Wormwood Masters or any of those people that we talked about.
Okay.
And then I also want to ask him kind of why would the guards be scared?
Okay. The second one's really easy. I guess we'll tackle this in the order they were asked. The tariffs came in place years ago, introduced at a lower rate, and then just kept getting higher and higher. The Sultan does not have access to what I have access to. He tried. It didn't work. The people on Guardian won't do business with anyone else. And to be honest, the Sultan doesn't have a ship that can safely make it to Guardian like mine can. I'm pretty sure he's lost one trying to do so. The ship that I have is not made here. It's manufactured on Guardian, and I cultivated a relationship there over a course of a few years before making my way back here and establishing my little trade fiefdom, shall we say. But as that took off, I was making way too much money for the Sultan not to get a cut of it, and he was happy to take my money until I became more popular than him. And then he needed to take more to make sure that I wasn't as powerful as he feared I was becoming. I understand why he did what he did. It's just... And keep in mind, this was his father, not the boy. But he's taken right after his old man. The tariffs were recently raised even higher, maybe the past 2 months. I lost a lot of clients to that. A lot of people just left the city, which is not what he intended, but it's what happened. And he blames me for that, somehow. He's the one who instituted the policy. As for why the guards would be scared, some of them are just kids. 19, 20. Serving the Sultan is an easy way to make money. At least it should be. But it comes with risks. He's not a popular fellow, and his father was assassinated, and some of those guards were implicated in that. Some were executed for their incompetence. It pays well, but it's a dangerous, scary profession.
In many ways, it reminds me of our little army. And so I understand. I know this is not part of our main mission, but there are so many parallels I cannot help but want to help, but we must stay on task. We must stay on track.
So, I still feel a little, well, I could go out tonight, get some more information, scale the walls, and try to make my way across the ceiling. Vesper, you have paper. Oh, he's not here. Never mind. I have papers. I'll draw it up.
What is the process of becoming a city guard?
What is the process?
Or at the very least, like, is Khaldun familiar with what the city guards, like, what their routine is, like, what they do?
Well,
Or the Sultan guards, I guess.
There you go. There's a distinction between the city guard and the Sultan guard. Becoming a city guard is easy. It also
Easier,
pays
yes,
way
yeah.
less, shockingly less. They don't even get a sash. They get a basic gold helmet and effectively no armor. They're just sent in with a scimitar and a short bow. As long as you're reasonably effective in one of those two, with a short sword or a short bow, and you don't have a background that would preclude you from joining up, you can become a city guardsman. The Sultan Guard is a completely different story. Ideally, you need to start as a city guard or work somewhere else, have experience, history, a track record, 1 or 2 letters of recommendation from men you've served with, and then maybe the Sultan will approve you. But he manually picks every man that wears that aquamarine sash.
So if we were to take one of them, take him out, well, I suppose impersonation, we would still need some specific information to prove. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud. Because the one
We're
guy.
not like standing in the public, are we?
No, you're
We're in
in
that guy's
Kalos's
house.
house,
Okay.
quietly discussing in a circle.
Because now that I've, like, the one guard I talked to and read his mind a little bit, I kind of, like, I'm more familiar with his voice, with his, what he looked like and all of that. But I just don't know if it's worthwhile.
It's possible. The issue is if you want to use this in any way to get into the vault, you can't exactly just pull up to the gate in uniform and looking like one of the guards. Even if you look legitimate, you need a reason and you need to be on the itinerary.
Agreed.
Well, I could... Are there regularly scheduled arrivals, or is the schedule sporadic? There are a few. Generally, there's at least the guard replacement caravans. They make their way through the city all the time. Usually it's 8 to 16 men, sometimes 8 men split across two wagons. And they'll replace each other's shifts. Those ones are reliable. Everything else is, I couldn't tell you. Malachi, you can't cast seeming, can you?
No, unfortunately not. The best I can do is my disguise self, which is a junior form of that, unfortunately.
Yes, there's 7 of us. It would be nearly perfect. We would just have to say one called in sick or something.
It's just, difficult. It's for me to get as much of my magical education as I would need with how much we have going on. But soon. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does this guy have a Is it like okay? What does this house, his like sitting area look
You want
like?
to know the
Is it
setup?
mm,
He's got a little
See,
stone table in the center of the room built into it. You're currently
mhm.
sitting on pillows around that stone table. He's got a little stove in the corner, and it just looks like a wood stove. Craftsmanship doesn't look like anything else you've seen here, which means it's probably an import. Um, all of his silverware, shall we say. He's got some wooden bowls and other stuff stacked up on its shelf. He has some nice tin plates and some nice tin silverware, which looks you don't really know where it's from. Um, it's not exactly a humble house. He's living in a middle class house, effectively. He has some plants in the corner. He has a cactus that he's growing. But that's about it. It's a cozy little place. You haven't seen the upstairs, so he has a little study off in the corner with a few scrolls, a little desk. I don't know how much you know about wood, so I can't exactly I don't know. Would you be able to identify a type of wood if I told you what type of wood it was? Like, would you even
I
know?
mean, I'm like, I'll give it a shot. I mean,
Roll
Would you?
nature.
yeah, because I mean,
To some extent, he was nobility. He's gonna know a little
yeah,
bit about some craftsmanship stuff.
like well, good quality stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if it looks good quality, maybe I'll have a
Only we
shot.
had a
Easy,
crafter guy.
If only. What do you get on your nature check?
Nature plus 0, 12.
12. You're not familiar with the specific type of wood. You just know there's not a whole lot of wood here, so a desk of that quality is pretty unusual. So he's living in
Hmm.
a house that's, pretty unassuming, but there's some nice stuff in here.
Can I? No. I'm gonna ask Cagliari. I'm gonna cast a message.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um, can you check if this desk is, all it seems like there's no hidden compartments or anything?
Uh, I could try. I try.
Okay. In view of Khaldun,
Oh,
you're in like an open room. I guess I have to kind of do that.
We should rob this guy.
No. Well, you said we are sitting in like a circle, so I imagine it's not so much. I'm not trying to rob him so much. I just,
Just want to make sure there's no
yeah.
C4 compartments. Level entire mountain.
Let me just
Yeah,
show you where you
you know.
are. Okay. Here's your one room. Here's your entrance. Here's your study. This is probably literally it. We'll do like this, okay?
Malik's
And
right
this.
there.
And Malik's right there because you're on a set right now. It's all it's all fake. It's not real.
Malik, get out of the scene.
We got a staircase in the back here.
he's just sitting there having
we
like
have the
coffee
table
and a
that you're
breakfast
sitting
sandwich.
around. Yep.
He's at craft services.
he's
Calm
just
down,
looking
bro.
at you. He's just-
Quiet
He's on
on
his
set.
phone.
We're rolling.
We got our little counter here with our kitchen and our stuff. We have our wood stove. We have our study, which there's. How do I make a wall that isn't 3 feet wide? I can't because I died of my thing.
It just can't be done.
It just can't be done. It's scientifically impossible. We have a study that's like off in a nook, and then we have this little desk. We have our potted plants in the corners here with our little cactus and things I described. And then we have our shelf, which contains the scrolls. Probably like here, or maybe like a little dresser here. Well, probably more like another clay shelf. That's pretty much it. And then your front door is here. That's what you got going on. You got a little, yeah, we'll add a dresser. We'll add a dresser over here. There you go. This is a setup. So if Cagliari walks over, just in the order of where I have people in the circle, and just starts fiddling with the desk, Khaldun's just gonna look over and go like, "What the hell is she doing?" So I mean, you can do it, but it's a little weird. It's a little weird.
Okay. Then I won't.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm the right person for that anyway.
Does he have tea and stuff around, or can I have some tea? Like, I imagine my wife might have given us some leaves or something.
She don't have access to that yet, but you can look around for tea, and you'll find it pretty quickly.
Okay.
You can put some tea on. Do you have a way of starting a fire, Sorcerer Boy?
I do.
Oh, he does. It's true. even if Sorcerer Boy doesn't.
I mean, I do, but I don't think we want to do that. I'd burn this house down.
Fireball.
There's the fireball.
Yeah, Sable can just start flames. So.
Yeah. I have seen Sable do that. So
I tenderly put together a little TP fire, and then I just rub my hands together and start the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start.
All right, I'll cast Flame Strike.
Okay.
Little spell.
So Malachi can have his tea.
10-foot
No,
radius.
I was going to make tea for everyone.
Yeah.
This was
But
good.
you're making tea for everyone, but it's for you. Like we all know. We'll share.
Just in this guy's house making tea.
You mean yeah? He said make yourself
I'm
at
gonna
home.
ask.
He said make yourself at home. That means he's making tea.
I wouldn't make tea in someone else's house if they told me.
But what
I
if
just
someone
met him,
said-
told him to make something at home?
Okay, well, different culture. Khaldun doesn't.
Yeah,
bat
I'm
an eye.
moving in. Like, I'm setting up.
Squatters' rights, like. All right,
Like
you
you said,
you make tea
it's
and
my
prepare
home
it.
now.
You make tea and prepare it for the table.
Mm-hmm.
I should draw the pillows. It would be funny.
I pass out little mugs of tea.
You don't have mugs. You have wooden cups. But yes,
I pass out little wooden cups of tea.
there you go. There, everybody gets.
That was
everybody gets
that was a Game
pillow
of
to
Thrones
sit on.
situation. Somebody left their water bottle on their mug unset. You can't use that.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, there we go. One pillow to spare. Around the table.
So when do we go dungeon crawling?
I'm not gonna
Never.
lie. I really thought that we were gonna be in the dungeon at 9 p.m. and that serves me right because it's 10:25 and we're in a man's house having tea
I mean,
At,
Still a slave,
at
by the way.
11 p.m.
What-
Grouder's still a slave.
What were we supposed to do?
No, you did pretty much everything I thought you were gonna do. It's just I underestimated how long it was gonna take, which is what I always do. So makes
This
sense.
guy cocked us.
It just means I think the dungeon crawl is probably going to have to happen next week, which is unfortunate because I don't think Julian can be here next week.
No.
Yeah. It's
I can't
tragic.
believe you hate him.
Did you hype this man up saying, we're going to do a dungeon crawl, why don't you join
A
us?
little
And now
bit.
we're sitting in a man's house
a
making tea.
little bit. I did.
the
I
worst.
did want to do a little bitty bit of the dungeon crawl, just to get the ball rolling.
So why are we sitting in a house making tea?
It's funny
Because you gotta
because
prepare.
it's
That
funny
makes
because at
sense.
some point we were like, "All right, let's do this," and then Orion was like,
Well,
more
I want to scout it
Well,
out.
yeah, because he wants more info.
Hey, listen, we're your little button pushers, and you went, whoa, put on your seatbelt first. And
I'm rotting in here.
I did that.
I ain't seen the sun in years.
It's been 2 days.
I'm gonna
Gonna die.
send to
Send to
Groucho.
Grudger.
And no one will cry.
Grudger, you're in the middle of your work shift right now. So I'm imagining
be
you got the
sent
thing
to?
on.
Oh.
Because, I mean, you can't really take it off without being noticed at this point. So I'm imagining you have the thing on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so no response from Grudger.
Used to travel the road.
Should we cut to Grudger? Should I do that? No.
Roger, your legs fall off.
My legs
As
fell
funny
off.
as it would
though.
be to cut to Grudger because I know exactly what he's doing right now, I refuse to give the party any information. So, but you know what you're doing.
do a one-on-one Grouger one shot with him.
I probably will. Do you know how funny that would be? Nick, you free this week?
Technically, yes.
All right, well, done.
It's my finals week, but
Yeah.
outside of that, I like.
All right, well,
I'm
let
studying.
me propose this. It's 10:30. We're at 3 hours and 48 minutes. There's nothing stopping me from going. We can have another super long session, and we can start the dungeon crawl.
I can't do that though.
Okay. Then we can't have a super long session there. So we're about at that
Okay,
point
are we-
Advertising.
Are we at the, let's get to the point where we're going to go
where you're
in.
ready. All right, excellent.
I agree.
All right. Is
Can't believe he
Orion
clickbaited us in real
did
life.
clickbait you in real life? Is Orion ready to go? Like he can pass. You can pass without trace him, and then he can yeet off and do his little discovery mission. We all good with that?
Sure.
All right, cool. Pass
Yep.
without trace me. Give me my +10 to stealth checks. I'm gonna
Easily.
Roll, I'm gonna
+10?
roll
Oh my
real
God.
high. Boom. All right,
What
I
level
rolled a
spell is
2
that?
and a 16. So we're gonna take the 16 plus 10 is a 26 plus my 11 modifier is a 37.
Pass
Orion
without a trace is second level.
Orion does not exist.
Who's
Although,
Orion?
is it centered on you, Sable? That might be the only
It
thing.
is.
Yes, everybody within 30
You have to be
feet
within
of
30
me.
feet of him.
Okay, I see. Okay.
So he doesn't exist until he steps out of the break.
Well, all right. I
Right,
guess
is
there's not really a
Sable
point.
good at sneaking?
No. It's everybody within 30 feet of me.
Yeah, just he's going alone, so I thought you could take it with him, but it's fine. He still rolled
I
a
think you
27.
can leave me though.
Once he leaves the ring,
Oh
he
no,
leaves
it's
it.
for
Yeah.
the duration. Each creature you choose within.
Correct.
Well,
Wait.
I can go
No,
with
no, no,
him.
no, 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 no. Hold on. Read that again, or let me pull up Pass Without Trace.
A veil of shadow and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose
Oh.
within 30 feet of you has plus 10 to dexterity
Well,
checks.
it was ambiguous, but the 2024 rules, they actually do a lot better job at removing ambiguity. While in the aura, you and each creature you choose have a plus 10 to stealth checks. 30-foot
strange.
emanation. That means it is an aura.
Emanation,
Womp womp.
coming
Yeah.
from you.
All right. Oh well, he rolled a 26. It's fine. Actually, a 27. So he's still he's not going to be detected. All right. Orion goes off. He doesn't send to Cagliari except for one time, which is the last of the day, to say, "I am crawling on the ceilings, fully undetected. This is quite fun. Lots to see. We'll be back in an hour or so."
I send him the thumbs up emoji.
Got it. That does count as
semicolon.
2 words, but it'll work.
Thumbs underscore up semicolon.
Time to leave the set of this house in the middle of the camp and go back here. Orion comes back in the dead of night. Are people going to... Ooh, well, actually... I'm going to make a decision.
Wait. Trevor,
Yeah.
is he within a mile of us?
Yes.
So why is he doesn't need to waste his sendings?
Oh my gosh, you're so right. I remembered this. I literally had this written down. I use Psychic Whispers. I literally brought this up. and I totally forgot. I cast Psychic Whispers, and I link psychically with Cagliari and Malachi and Thaloran, and I can literally do a play-by-play of everything I'm doing.
Yes.
Yeah, I literally had theorized this before and totally forgot. All right, makes his way in.
So cold.
He begins narrating as he says, "All right, walking across
He's going
the
schizo.
ceiling. No, I'm walking across the ceiling. All right, this is a lot. There's a lot going on. Oh my goodness, they are very, very active this evening. Extremely, extremely active. It is very dark. There are a few torches strategically placed, but it's very easy for me to stay out of them, particularly up here. Going deeper into the cave, there's a lot of, not too much commotion down there, but there's these 2 bridges leading north deeper into the cave, where there's a lot going on. Men carrying wheelbarrows, effectively, of things going back and forth here. Right, there's a big foyer, we'll call it, at the end of the cave. It looks like there's 4 guards clustered at the end there. These are about, they've got to be 80 feet below me. It's a little terrifying. I don't know if I've done this from this great of a height. Alright, the cave has come to an end. The main chasm is fairly nondescript. There appears to be a wall further back with a gate. There is a door on the right side, which would be the reserve side. There's a door. It looks fairly secure, fairly small, nondescript. There are also 2 main gates, which are like what we have drawn. There's a staircase over to the... I presume it's a staircase. It's a door. It leads up. It's locked off. No, he technically doesn't. I guess he doesn't. He doesn't actually know what a staircase goes. There's a set of doors to the left from the entrance in the mine side. Alright. Okay. That's it for the main cavern. I don't know if I could... I want to... Do I have permission to attempt to make my way through the rails? I would have to get off of the ceiling and go into a tunnel, which a lot of activity. But if I had to guess, that's where a lot of things are going on, and I see no other way to get over there.
I mean, he's a master spy.
Do I have permission?
You shouldn't ask for permission.
Alright, I'm going in. Alright. 26, stealth man invisible. Sneaks his way down. He says, oh, hold on, one moment. It's very narrow. It's very, very narrow. There's a man. Alright. This is a mine guard. He's wearing a black mask. He's moving the wheelbarrow. Alright, I'm leaving. Alright. The torches. Okay, great. Yep. I'll just be really, really quiet here. Alright. I'm 90% certain that that man right there is Wormwood Masters. Based on the description, fairly accurate. I know exactly what's going on here. Alright, I'm going to step on the wall here. I'm going to walk over and pray that I'm not being seen. Alright, I think it's time for me to leave. I'm going to leave now. Yes, we're going to casually walk. I've seen enough. Oh my. Alright, I think... Yep. Alright, he knows something's going on. I'm going to leave. Yep. No. Everything's fine. We're doing alright. Walking on the catwalk. I'm going back to the ceiling. Yes. Yep. Alright, I'll be back in... give me 30 minutes. Alright, that was bad. But it was actually pretty good. The main catwalk leads to a mine. You didn't see much, but he saw Wormwood Masters, and that means Grouder's got to be somewhere back there. So, what this means, so yeah, it was also technically dark, so whatever this. What this means is that this bridge, these 3 bridges that are leading north, or really just up into the heart of the cave, that are like 50 feet off the ground, those are the bridges that are going to lead quite literally directly to where Masters is, and presumably where Grouder is. But that being said, there was another horizontal bridge that Orion would have seen, which would be this one. There's like a junction. And in that junction, there's also bridges going to the left and to the right. Don't know where they lead, into smaller caverns that would have been way too tight, to basically hallways, and Orion did not want to go down there. But dead ahead to the north, presumably where Grouder is. That's what you got. Orion comes back to the house and makes a full report, reiterating what he has seen. Alright, that's it.
Wow.
Now.
How easy was it to get in?
Very, but I was walking on the ceiling and didn't have to go anywhere near any of the walls. I was also making sure that my invisibility didn't wear off at any point, and it did not. No anti-magic or anything of the sort that I encountered. The hardest part was squeezing through the last tunnel. It was narrow and, well, it was tight. I quite literally almost brushed up against one of the men who was carrying cargo going that way. But after that, it seemed fairly simple. Wormwood detected me. I don't think he knew who or what I was, but he had some sort of sense on him, because the second I walked into that room and made eye contact, it's like he knew someone was looking at him. So that's when I got out of there. He said something to some of his guards, but it was nothing incriminating me, but he knew something was going on. So I sped my way out of there. It's a shame. I think I could have seen a lot more, but there's only so much risk I will tolerate. All right.
Well,
Understandable.
So, here's the yeah.
personally am ready to just head in and see what happens. But that's me.
How do you plan on getting there? Just walking through the front door?
I don't know. We'll figure something out.
What are the walls made out of?
They're all sandstone, effectively, or clay brick. Not particularly strong, from what I've seen, honestly.
Are there any thin sections?
There are a few. The main walls are massively thick and have walkways on them. There was one thin wall that I saw, maybe one or two. The the granary wall is pathetic. I actually started over at the granary and then crawled my way up that wall over to the main cavern. It's very thin and only 10 or so feet tall. There is another thin wall that separates the reserve on the cave bottom from the rest of the mine, and that was horizontal under the main bridge structure. That one was a fairly thin wall. The rest I'm not entirely sure. The bridges are massive. Quite impressive, actually. That was
Because
the
with
most
stone
notable,
shape,
so
we may be able to just walk through any thin walls.
that's entirely possible. But I don't think you'll be able to do that for the main wall. Although I don't know if they're hollow on the inside or not. They may have walkways underneath them. I don't want to stone shape into a room full of guards. But I'm certain that would work to some effect. So, we are 4 hours in. Tragically, for better or for worse.
Well,
We have most of a plan.
yeah. What time is it?
In the evening, it's probably 10:40 p.m., which is the now time. So, round up, say it's 11. What we can do is call it here, and you have a week of real life time to figure out what you want to do.
Oh boy.
This is an option. What do you think?
Well, I guess would we try to go in during the day, or are we going to try and go in like right away during the night?
Another thing to be discussed. Those are probably the questions you guys are going to have to answer, like, as a party.
What was the question?
If we go in day or night, then what our path's going to be and all that.
Probably night when they don't have the people inside working. Unless, do they work at night? When do they work?
They were very active this evening. Very, very active. But it's
Yeah.
dark. Many of the areas were not
is.
well lit at all.
Sure, but I'm also concerned that because there was, basically a riot today, they might be on high alert.
Also likely.
What if we tell the people that Khaldun's in there and try to get them to riot at the prison so that they'll be distracted dealing with that while we're inside?
I say we strike that up tomorrow, and then we can go in during the, using that as a diversion.
That would certainly be effective. All right. Should we call it here? Unfortunately, I think we're out of time. Granted,
Let's go all night.
a lot of good stuff was set up. Good things did happen, but Yeah. All right, we
Good
will
things
call
happen
it
to
there.
those who are killed.
Good things happen to, yeah, sure. Let's just go with
Those
that.
who die.
All right, we're going to call it there. Next session, we raid the vault.